Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is Children Matters' first ever digital demo. And we welcome you all and hope that we'll give you just a little bit of time for you to come in. But I hope you all have a great day. And we have got something around 26 speakers, give or take, which will be coming to you very soon. But again, just want to say welcome to the first ever. And I think this is pretty unprecedented online digital demo. Um, Made by Children Matter, but really taken part with by many patriots, YouTubers, and people that you will know, some that you may not. And in that vein, if we do have any technical hitches, please stick with us because we will be seeing this demo through to the end today, and we will be staying the course. So if there are any technical hitches, as there can be with live television, just stick with us, and we will get through it together. But I'm sure it will go pretty smoothly. It will do if I've got anything to say about it. If you do have questions, we won't be able to answer them right away. So our mods will try and make a note of some of the questions, but also if you have questions, please note them down because at the end of the demo, we will, some of us will be remaining around to take those questions. So you will, your questions and your interaction will not be ignored because of the amount of speakers and the amount of time. We will be pushing that sort of towards the end of the demo. I hope you understand that. We do want free speech. So please, please show respect and courtesy, as the mods will deal with anybody that tries to derail us and stop us from going out of the business of the day. But we want it to be something that everybody will come and enjoy in a good atmosphere. Before you make the decision to stay with us, we will be doing the best we can to keep this a COVID-free and conspiracy-free environment. And the idea is to entertain you, to empathize with you, and connect with you. On all of the subjects or some of the subjects that you may have thought that we've forgotten, but we've not forgotten, not on your life. Everyone that's assembled today for a few reasons. One, to say we're still here and we still care. Two, to show you that solidarity in a time when it'd be so easier to splinter into all these little groups that they say about us. In fact, here we are, true patriots, truth tellers, justice fighters, whatever your label, we're all standing together. Three, to offer you not just a vanilla echo chamber, some might even like to accuse us of offering, but to offer various thoughts, various opinions, some overlapping, some diametrically opposed. You have a crescent of thoughts and opinions, and it's a thought buffet. Take your pick. It's for you to think and you to decide, not here to patronize you. What we won't be doing is debating each other or one-upping each other or arguing. Each one of us believes our arguments, and they believe that those arguments stand on their own bloody merit, and it's for you to decide upon, not for us to decide for you. We are listening, and we know how sick of all of this that many of you are. And we're sick of, we know that many of you are so sick of things like infighting. You will not find that here. We are listening. The beauty is without ego, we can all come together and stand and make this fight and make this moment, and ultimately our causes. And for another reason, we don't need to think what we think. We offer you the chance to listen to the people and the arguments and make up your own mind. If you don't connect or agree organically, then that's on us. But we think that if you connect with even one person, that's probably a day worth having. If it just makes you feel, if it makes you forget all the rest of this nonsense for just 1 second, it's a second worth having. But if you do agree with us, we want people to agree with us based on the merit of our arguments and of our work, based on its own backing merit. Let's face it, you've nothing better to do. And if you, as I said, if you find one speaker that you connect to in a meaningful way, then it was worth your time. More than one speaker, gravy. What you have is a group of mostly, but not all, working class people reaching out to all those open-minded enough at least to listen. It's not about class. To at least try, as we want to transcend class. This can't be about that. Ultimately, for many, it comes down to our children, whether you have them in your family or if you just care about the next generation, it all ends up in the same place. So today, we know there are a lot of speakers. We don't want to bore you. We don't want to do, all we want to do is distract you, which is why we'll be keeping the length down and the quality up. This doesn't leave time for questions at first, as I said. It will lead to questions later on, but we don't want to go on 50-minute monologues. Instead, You get to ask questions towards the end, like I said, roughly about 5:10, 5:20. There will be a couple of people not being able to join us today. Stephen Kahn is one of them. Others will update you on as we go along. I'm trying to rush this along so I don't take up too much time on my own slot. Many of you know these people. Many of you love some of these people. Some you'll be meeting for the first time. But from our demise, we're about to offer you nearly 26 speakers in a demo where we're here for each other and for you. That's why when Katie asked me what my cause was, what I was going to speak about, it's like, it's already here. This demo, you people, the people that have come to watch, the people that I'm standing beside speaking today, the causes that they represent, the belief that they have. I'm here to lead you into the first speaker. Why? Because in searching my heart for what my passion really was, I realized it was in the event itself. It was in the amazing people who have taken part. It's in the people who will be watching. If my cause is to be championed today, then I wish only for this demo to reach all the people it can, to comfort all that it can, and to spread as far as wide, as possible. That will make me happy on a personal level. Our first speaker is one that I hope to introduce. I don't know as well as some of you, and some of you don't know her as well as you should, but make no mistake, she's been growing, working her ass off, putting all the love in, all the effort she puts in is the love from her kids into the fight that she's undertaken. And not many, if a human alive, could not cite her as the next generation of true truth tellers, freedom fighters. And without her, this whole thing would have remained just a romanticized idea we would have never got round to. Finally, her profile is beginning to match the work and heart that she has put in. Us older persons that could really take some motivating. She motivated just by example. She often brings out the best nose around her. A simple conversation with me and Nobby, turns out to be an unprecedented event. And also this event shows just on this scale, it could be even bigger and make even more of an impact even during non-pandemic times. So otherwise, I can honestly say this day would be nothing but a well-meaning idea without her. Our first speaker and the jewel of Children Matter, a dose of truth for supposedly wiser people, for me an inspiration, Miss Katie Jane Swallow.
Well, thank you, Zero. Like, proper put me on the spot now, but you have done one thing is start off what I actually wanted to talk about. I don't do this because I want to do this. I was put in a very unfortunate position along with thousands of other people, thousands of other parents who were in the exact same situation as me. A couple of them are here speaking with us today, and you'll get to hear their amazing story when they start. You have to bear with my story because, as always, I don't prepare anything. I just try and speak. At the end of the day, I started doing this because my kids were targeted. I was just one person, single parent, young, naive, and dumb. And I believe that the system was built to protect us. It was built to help us and to keep us united. I was naive in thinking that I didn't need to do my own research, that I could rely on a professional's word of mouth in a courtroom, in statements, in documents, and it cost me my kids doing so. So my aim from the start has been to help people not make the same mistakes as I have, to help them and guide them in a position that I was in, where I didn't have anywhere to turn to. The people I did turn to and reach out for, a couple of them are here today. A couple of the first people are Gary and Tracy, who will be introduced later on, and you need to hear their story because they have been through hell and are still going through hell. And they went through the same thing as what I went through. And every bit of advice that they gave me was bang on point. So I kind of set it out to be my mission to go out there and help people where I wasn't there. At the end of the day, my kids may not be here, but I am still their parent. I am still their mum. And it is my job, my duty, as their mum, as their parent, to parent them. And if I'm not there to do it, then how am I going to parent them? Well, parenthood doesn't stop at childhood. It's not just their childhood where I have to stand there and be their parent. It's also their adulthood. And because they've been targeted by the system, because they've been removed, they are more likely to be targeted. They are more likely to lose their children just for the fact they were taken. It's my job as their parent to protect them. And how do I do that when I'm not there physically with them? Well, I do the only thing that I can do. I put myself out there. It's the only way that my kids are ever going to get to know me, the real me, who I am, and not what I was portrayed to be. And the only way I'm going to be able to give them and my future grandkids advice on how not to fall down the same traps as I did, and what to do if you do find yourself down those roads. But my kids are no different to everyone else's kids. Their parents love them just as much as I love mine. Their kids need their parents as much as my kids need theirs. So I try my best to put my parenting advice out there for my kids to help any kids in the future, no matter their age, older than me, younger than me, still kids to the system, still naive to what actually goes on, and introduce them into what is really going on, into the navigations and the directions in which they can go to get their justice, to fight back and to protect themselves from falling down these tracks and losing their kids. But it's not just forced adoption. My personal background, I don't go into in much detail. Anyone's welcome to ask me. I have no problems answering. I have a past. I come from a couple of different causes. But for me, my kids are what I need to fight for because they need me. There's other people going through and have gone through worse than what I have from these other causes, which their story is more important than mine, so they deserve to be heard more than mine. I've been talking to a couple of people over the last few weeks while I've been putting this together, and one thing that I have said repeatedly is one thing I've never set out for is to get my name known. My name is nothing. I am nothing. I am no one. My kids are all I want to be remembered. These kids who are being hurt, these kids who have been abused, these kids who have had their childhoods ripped from them, they deserve their justice. No matter how old they are now, they were kids when they were targeted, they were kids when they got abused, they were kids when they got ripped from their families, and they deserve their justice. That doesn't just come under forced adoption. That comes under child abuse. It comes under domestic violence, parental alienation. So many other causes are all linked together. We stand united with our veterans, with our abused children, with our parents of forced adoption, with our alienated parents. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the fathers fighting for justice, for mothers fighting for justice, children fighting for their justice. We stand united with everyone who is fighting for good, who is fighting for justice and fighting to stop what happened to them happening to other people, to children who are going through this now. Too many times we've had children coming forward who are in the system, who are being abused, and they're not allowed to speak out. There are laws in place forcing them to stay silent or face persecution themselves. A couple of us here in this chat know exactly what I'm talking about because they've seen it and witnessed it for themselves. And that's why we are fighting to stop this from happening. When did we stop being able to walk safely in our streets? When did we stop being able to let our kids play outside their own front gardens without fearing that something may happen to them or they may lose their lives? This is not the Britain that I grew up in. I get all the time that I'm only 24, I don't know the old Britain, but I do know the old Britain. I left Britain in 2008, moved to Germany with the military and my dad, moved back in 2014, and you could see the change. I grew up playing Kirby on the streets, throwing a ball back and forth between the neighbours' kids. Kids in this generation grow up on Xboxes or whacking each other with sticks and poles. This competition's been out for God knows how many years now, where kids are challenging themselves to hurt others or themselves. Parents across the country have been giving up on being parents because the state have been beating it out of us in the most gruesome way because they've been going after our intellect. They've been going after us, taking our rights away from us, what we are allowed to do, what we aren't allowed to do, and how we are and are not allowed to do things. We are not allowed to stand up for our children anymore. We're not allowed to protect our children, and we're not allowed to have our own voices without being persecuted. We should be able to have a fair trial to justice, where professionals can also be held accountable. We need a system where professionals are held accountable for their actions. Too many times people are getting away with too many things because of their status, or because of who they were, or because of how many different things have happened to them in their past. When is enough going to be enough? I don't know if Jimmy's putting his hand up or just waving. He's pressed the button. Sorry.
I was waving.
Is everything all right?
Sound.
No worries.
I'm just listening to you. Talking brilliant.
No worries. Sorry about that, guys, because I'm running it at the same time as well, so I just want to make sure everybody is sorted. And sorry, so I do apologise for that. But on a serious note, these are our kids that these are happening to. Kids who've never done anything in their lives, never committed a crime, never committed a sin. Why are these children being targeted? What grounds do these monsters have for silencing our children and for hurting our children? Children are having their lives lost before they've even had a chance to live. We're seeing in Bolton a couple of weeks ago, a 7-year-old girl was attacked in Bolton and lost her life. When is enough going to be enough? How many more of our kids have to lose their lives? This girl wasn't even old enough to leave the house on her own to go to the shop. She never even got to the age of being able to experience that freedom of being able to simply walk to the shop that every single one of us here take for granted every day. How many lives have to be lost? How many kids have to be targeted? How many lives have to be destroyed before we all decide enough is enough? We'll fight for what's moral, for what Britain really stands for what humanity really stands for. I'm going to move on to our next speaker anyway, because I'm really excited to introduce a woman who has inspired me for a very, very long time, and just an absolutely amazing woman. She's kept me on the straight and narrow so many times when I've been in dark places. So Sharon Binks, thank you for joining us.
Hiya, Katie, thank you. And I'd just like to say, when I first did the interview with you, what you've done since, I'm just, honestly, it takes my breath away, because, you know, you're such a good example to all those young mums out there that to not give up and to keep on fighting. So yeah, credit to you, darling, because, you know, like Zero said, you're the next generation and we need you, because it appears in this current situation, they're trying to kill off the old people who hold all the knowledge and the values. And, you know, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole, don't worry, but I've been wondering what to talk about today, because I want to keep it about the children and families. So I think the best thing I can talk about is where I started and how I started, and what I've seen for myself in that time. And so I would say 20 years ago, I started looking at things, researching. Even longer ago than that, I started reading as much as I could to help me be a better parent for my children, because I realised I needed to break that cycle. And after doing that, I realised there were lots of families out there that needed that support, that didn't have the motivation or the time or the skills or whatever to do what I did. So I wanted to then pass that knowledge on to parents, because I knew how much it helped me to understand the basic needs of a child, the psychology of a child, the psychology of childhood abuse, what it's like to be groomed and how that affects your mentality, and especially before the age of 7. So that's how come I ended up working in social care with families as a family support worker. And I realised that we were fighting fires. We weren't really helping, because it was too far down the line. There wasn't the education for these parents before having children. So I moved over to parent support advisor with the education system. And I worked within the schools. I worked alongside the schools and the support staff in the schools, and was visiting families at home, which I found the one-to-one support is what they needed. You know, there's pushing parenting groups at people, but they didn't get to the problem. You couldn't observe the family in their own environment to help them efficiently. And so I worked hard with those families. I loved my job. It gave me great satisfaction to know that that family was a little bit happier for dealing with things differently and understanding their children's behaviour. So what happened over those 15 years really was leaving me scratching my head most of the time, because they were putting things in place and I was thinking, how is that helping the family? How is that helping the child? And I would challenge social workers when they wrote reports on families, and you're supposed to do a chronology, and their chronology was all mixed up, so it looked damning on the parent. And I would challenge that. If I caught a social worker lying, I would challenge that. I got into trouble loads of times with doing that, but not one family complained about my conduct or anything like that. I noticed how when they banned smacking, how I was waiting for the education to come in for educating parents who'd known smacking to deal with behaviour in a different way. Me being one myself, that was a choice for myself to educate myself on other ways, which was what got me started. But I think that that lack of education, I could see that it wasn't going to go anywhere. With how are you going to discipline your child if you're frightened that they're going to phone Childline because it's pushed on them all the time? Report your parent. And so, you know, families were being destroyed from the inside because of the rules and restrictions that were put on them. I'm not condoning beating your child up. You know, I recommend anybody educate themselves rather than do that. But, you know, how many parents do you hear say, well, I got a smack on my backside and it didn't do me any harm. It taught me a bit of respect. And I'm all for that. You know, sometimes there's a line and a sharp shot can help. But as a child myself, if social services had been involved with my family, we would have been taken away in the present day, because we were feral. We were out enjoying ourselves. We were cuts and bruises. We were, you know, but we were taught family values. We were taught, as much as my dad was an abuser, you know, that having a strong mother who can protect you as much as she can, you know, I wouldn't have wanted to be in any other family, despite all of what was going on. And it's made me the person that I am. And I just hope during all of this lockdown and the schools being closed, because when the academies came in, my heart dropped. And it has shown itself to be just a money racket. You know, they're fining schools for children not being at school. They're fining schools if they have to exclude a child. That money is supposed to go into your child's education, and they're keeping it for themselves. I mean, who runs the business now? I don't know, but that needs to be destroyed. And with this lockdown, I got involved with a lot of demos, as people know, and I got to the point where I thought this whole country needs to just stop. You know, everything that's going on, all the systems need to stop. But how do you do that? Well, you know, they've done it now with the virus, and everybody's on lockdown. So all I'm hoping from this is what I would have hoped for if we'd have managed to lock down the countries without protests, is that people are spending time together. They're seeing what's important in life. They're not able to go to the pubs or the shops as they would. So materialism, really, I hope people are focusing on what's important, and those things that you go and spend all your money on and get into debt to pay the bankers, you know, that's not what's important. Family values are important, and I'm really hoping, and I know that the rate of domestic abuse and things like that, they say, have gone up. And people need to sort through the difficulties, and people need to consider what their child is learning from them as parents. And I think those parents who are feeling fed up because the child's not at school or they're having to spend time in the house with the family need to consider people like you, Katie, that don't have that option. And I'm sure there's nothing you would love more at this moment in time, to have all that time to spend with your children, not have to send them off to the Stasi camp and you know, where they destroy their minds, and they, you know, they confuse them about their gender, and they strip them of spirituality, because that's the key as well. We've lost contact with our spirituality through religion and through education. They've destroyed it. You know, we are balls of energy, and we do connect, and you know, people have to find the light within them and fight up against, you know, rise up against them, because all this fear peddling with the mainstream media, it's purposely done to keep people on a low vibration, because people on a low vibration don't fight back. They give up, they just accept. And you know, I think what they've thought is they've had enough time now in the 30 years that they've been destroying young people through the education system and distorting their minds and setting them against the parents. I think they hope that they've been brainwashed enough to just accept the vaccines, the AI technology, whatever it is they're trying to do to us. But and realize that we have the power. You know, they're 1% of the population, yeah, albeit criminally insane psychopaths, but you know, we have the power if we all come together, and this is what we've been trying to do, isn't it? We, you know, everybody on here, we're trying to connect with everybody. We're trying to get that message across to everybody that we need to work together. We need to focus on what is the future going to look like for our next generation. You know, I've got grandchildren. I look at them and I you know, I just have to keep hope in my heart that things are going to improve, that when this lockdown's over, we're not going to be facing communism, totalitarianism, whatever it is, that we say, no, we're not accepting this. I mean, it does worry me that so many people have accepted it so easily. You know, but my mum had COPD. She was on oxygen for about 10 years, and she never ever accepted the flu jab, which probably saved her life and well, extended her life. But had she been in hospital this year, they would have said she died of the virus. But I would have known differently. And fortunately, she died at home where she wanted to die, you know, and she had a family visiting her at home. And I just think, please don't be scared to visit your family, because, you know, after this is all done, you don't want to ever feel that you should have just made contact with that family member. So many people are not seeing the children, not seeing the grandchildren. We had to be careful around my mum if we had a cold, you know. Her lungs were damaged from TB from being a teenager, and we were careful. And that's what you do if you've not got sniffles and you're not, you know, you're washing your hands and being sensible. Then you know, I guess I'm fortunate as well that all my family was living in my house already, so I get to see them every day. But I just think that, you know, people, just do your research, just look it up, look at everything, look at vaccines, find the truth. Don't take my word for it. I would never ever entertain any vaccines, and I wouldn't recommend any parent, and I might get shot for saying that, but I'm serious. I've researched it, and there's enough information out there for you to all find the truth for yourself. It's up to everybody what they believe, but put your children first and support everybody on here as much as you can, because they're all just fighting for your children as well as their own and the future for those children. And yeah, unless we all come together, unless we show a force, I mean, pray if you're into that, but we've got to connect. We've got to believe that things are going to get better, and we've got to make that happen. And if we all focus on how that can be, you know, I hope people keep the children at home after they've schools reopened, and because they've realised how toxic the education systems are. And I hope if you've got a garden, that you've been gardening and teaching your children how to plant their own food and grow that, and teach them life skills that they're going to need, that we've lost. You know, the moral people we lose those skills, we lose that knowledge. They rewrite history, and it's to our detriment. So yeah, that's my message for the day. Think about the children, because that's what matters. And I'm supposed to be introducing little veteran, but I don't know if you...
Don't worry, I'm gonna jump in when you're ready.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
No worries. Great. Are you done? I don't want to stop.
Yeah, no, I'm done. I'm
I just want to say that was a great speech. Well, we just got a couple of minutes. So the little veteran may be running late. So hopefully we've got a spot later on that Stephen Kahn isn't able to make. So hopefully we'll be able to put the little veteran in there. But just while we have that tiny little bit of extra time, I just wanted to say what Sharon Brinks, what an awesome speech, because it's taken this current position we're in, I think, for people to actually start to realize exactly how important community is, how much they've lost, what there is to be gained by it. I think it's woken up a lot of people. So I understood exactly what you were saying when you said, if we could have brought this to a standstill, we would, you know, this is what we would have hoped people would have done. And you're right, it's working. People are seeing. So amazing thing to say, because I feel like you've nailed it right on the head. And I'm not going to make a commentary on everyone's, it's only because we had that spare bit of time, but just wanted to say a brilliant speech, Sharon.
Thank you very much.
And moving forward, guys, so hopefully we will catch up with a little veteran later on. But instead, we will be going to our next speaker, which is somebody who I have a hell of a lot of respect for. We haven't really spoken very much, but I've seen multiple demos and multiple places where he's been, obviously, with Joseph. talking. And Bobby Blair is our next speaker. And please give Bobby Blair a warm welcome. If you're there, Bobby.
No, we're just.
You there, mate?
Yeah, we're here. Hi, everyone. Okay. All right, thank you. What me and Bobby fight for, we were children that were raped and abused in the system, in the car system. Me and Bobby campaign all over the country to bring the awareness out there to the general public of exactly what's going on with children being raped and abused. We were raped and abused back in 1977. We're both of us now are 55. We've gone through life where you're looking at something so bad, especially children and what it does to them. Why has it never been stopped? Why are we still having the paedophiles running around the streets? And why is it allowed to continue? When you think about the innocence of children, it should be the first thing on the agenda, that no child should ever be raped or abused, especially in care. But we won the biggest court case in Europe. We took the Catholic Church to court and we won. We never thought we would win. It was a long, hard battle, but we did win in the end. We've had laws.
127 laws changed.
127 laws changed that went through Parliament. And just before Christmas, me and Bobby and the campaigners in Northern Ireland, because we've all stood and stuck together, we got the law pushed through Parliament just at the last minute. This year, where all children, anybody that's been raped and abused as a child or an adult, will get the compensation. They will get the address that they need. That was the laws that we pushed through. A lot of people get put down by this. We do sometimes, where you think you're banging your head against the brick wall. But dedication, standing together united, and working together as a team, you can achieve it. We've achieved it, and we thought we never ever would. But that's what's standing together. And there's lots of good people. We know a lot of people that are going to be talking today. Like we know Katie, we know Sharon, we know a lot of people, yeah. And we all get together, and we come together united when we do demos. That's what's needed. Like I said, we all fight for different causes. We've all got different things to say, but at the end of the day, we're all fighting for children. It amazes me whenever you sit and think that you've got to fight for children. We're the campaigners that do that. Why is the government not doing it? Why is this not being debated in the Houses of Parliament? Why is there stricter sentences not put on paedophiles? What we want to ask for is that if a paedophile does what he does to any child, he takes that child's life away from them. That child gets robbed of everything for the rest of their life. I believe that if somebody does that, because you've destroyed a life, you should do life in prison. Simple as that. We've all got, like I said, there's going to be loads of lovely speakers on here today. We've got Jimmy as well, Jimmy the Hat. Lovely bloke. We love and support him. You got Big John, love and support. We've got so many friends. I forget all their names, like. But we all campaign together. We're all fighting for the same thing. and that's the protection of children. Like I said, me and Bobby is about child abuse and rape. We campaign for that. We lobby the government. We were the ones that stood outside number 10. We stood outside of the Houses of Parliament. We do a lot. Excuse me, all our demos that we were supposed to have this year, unfortunately, have all been put to the side now because of being shut down, basically. Yes, after all this is over and done with, we're going to have a lot of questions and we want answers. Yeah. Whenever you look at everything that's going on, there's so many different theories, there's so many different reasons. Is this the flu? Is it coronavirus? Is it what? Yeah. But the answers will be answered at the end. I don't want to live under world order because the people, and I know that because I've researched it, when you look at the top people in society, the government, royalty, all the famous, yeah, why is there so many paedophiles in it? So, like I said, me and Bobby would never say to anybody that such and such or such and such. Just like Sharon said, if you want to research it yourself, then you will see how many children are being raped and abused in this country. And that's only just this country on its own. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of children have been raped and abused in this country by MPs, by the elite, and they've always got away with it. And now we've got an even bigger damn. Sorry for butting in. Yeah, no problem. Now we've got an even bigger problem because Muslims are raping kids on a scale that's off the map. And I'm not going to be called racist just because I'm pointing it out. No. Because this has been going on for generations or for years. And that's being brushed under the table because people are saying they don't want to be police pussyfooting around and because they don't want to be classed as racist or picking on a certain religion and stuff like that. But that's exactly what's going on in this country. Over 1 million white underage kids, girls, being raped, groomed, murdered by Muslims. Now, I don't care if that offends anybody. I'm just saying it how it is because I'm a truth teller and I don't care. That's it. It's nothing to do with religion. It's nothing to do with being racist. It's about saying it exactly how it is. Only people have been told to shut up and don't say this and don't say that, or you have to be politically correct and this, that, and the other. Well, as a victim myself, not through anything, but as a victim, I'm not shutting up. I don't care who it is. I wasn't getting called racist when I took my own religion to court. So I'm certainly not going to be called a racist because I'm pointing out a certain, well, I'm not pointing out, the Muslims, Pakistani Muslims raping kids on a scale that's off the map. Am I going to shut up and not say nothing because I don't want to be classed as racist? I don't even see it as racist. No. I don't care what color you are. If you're raping and grooming kids and whatnot, then I'll say it how it is. Simple as that. And if people don't like it, delete me off your Facebook. Simple as that. I'll stick to the people that I respect and campaign with and all that. It's got nothing to do with race. It's what's right and what's wrong. And if a certain religion are doing that, then so be it. Simple. And that's what we do. Yeah. As a victim, as a survivor, yeah, I'm not going to shut up. Neither is Bobby. Yeah. And if people are offended by that, it's not about offending people. So what? It's about telling the truth. We're truth tellers. That's what. If anybody looks under Bobby and Joseph Blair, it says the real truth tellers. Kitty say it as it is. Kitty jumped on it earlier on when Kitty was pointing out Bradford Luton, all over London, all over the place. Here in Birmingham, it's going on. It's every town and every city up and down the country. Pakistani Muslims grooming and raping white girls, not their own, white girls. Yeah. So there's a massive difference. And like I said, I'm not getting into the rape's rape, grooming's grooming. Don't care what shape or form it is. It's wrong and it shouldn't be happening in this country. And if I want to stand on the stage and say that, I'll say it. It's got nothing to do with being racist. No. It's about pointing out something. Like I said, I don't care what colour you are. Black, brown, pink, white, purple, pink, green, I don't care. It's not about colour. It's not about race. It's about what's going on. And I'll say it how it is. Simple as that.
We turned around and said outside the Houses of Parliament, 160 MPs
Or on the sex
offenders register. That could be, excuse the pun, anything from touching your secretary up. It could be for anything inappropriate, right down to abusing children. Right? Like I said, when it comes to campaigning the way that we do, we say it as it is. Yeah, because the media aren't. The media don't want the public, the general public, to know the scale of abuse and the rape of children that goes on in this country. And it's massive.
And social services covering it up. And
Yep.
you know, it should never be. How can you cover up abuse? And we all know it's been covered up for ages and ages and ages. And this is what the bit that was what's wrong about it. I went in this thing behind me here, up here. We started working with social services. We're lecturers at Birmingham University because I want to teach the new up and coming social services about the mistakes that have been made and are still getting made now. That was the whole purpose of going there. To teach them not to make the mistakes that was made. No, if a child says he or she's being abused, then act on it. Don't brush it under the carpet. And that's why we did that course, and we're up there now. But it's like I said, it's these demos need to start, and we've always said this every demo that we're doing. I want our demos to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Hopefully after this lockdown, because we've all been banged up or locked up, or not locked up, but no,
Under house arrest, basically.
for so long,
Yeah.
that I can't wait for our first demo. I really, really can't. And like I'd say to everybody, if you can get there, once these demos start coming, get there and support each other and get friends, family, everything. We're talking about children here. If we can't protect our own kids, then who is? And it annoys me when we go to demos and there's a handful of people there and you're thinking, Jesus Christ, this is about children, and our children's children. These demos really, really need to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I can't understand, like all these activists, these, what do you call it? Greenberg turns up down in London and 80,000 people turn up. Yet we can't get 80,000 people to turn up in this country to stand up against child abuse. That, you know, this is what's so wrong in this country, because we need to waken more and more people up.
And we are doing it.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
But it's
a slow process.
It's a slow process, but it does get disheartening at times, because there should be hundreds and millions of us on the streets demonstrating against the cover-ups of children being abused. And it seems like it's allowed to happen in this country and nobody gives it a shit. And it should never ever be like that.
And this is what I'm saying. It's hard as a man. And I've had women who've been raped tell me that. How you can stand there as a man and admit that you were raped and abused as children. If anybody knows me and Bobby's case, they know how bad our case is. Yeah. When people hear it, don't get me wrong. Yeah. It hurts. Yeah.
but it hurts whenever you're stood on a platform, having to say and admit your abuse. But we're saving lives doing that. And we've had people, come on live on our feeds. You've saved my life tonight because I was going to kill myself because of the fact that they were raped and abused. Anybody that's been raped and abused, you always think that you're on your own. You're not. You're not. Yeah. And that's why, even though we won our case, that's why me and Bobby do what we do. To put the word out there. Yeah. It's not about us. It's even.
Is it just me or have they frozen?
You're frozen.
Yes, frozen.
Frozen.
Let's just give him a second, see if they come back on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
bro.
Just give it a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen. If we
Yeah.
get any problems, we will move on and perhaps come back to them later on because we do have a slot waiting later on. So if the worst comes to the worst, we will fix this. So don't worry. Just not sure how long to give it. Oh, what we got?
So just give them a second. They'll probably jump back on because Bobby's due to finish at 2 o'clock, so they'll probably jump straight back on.
Right.
So just give them a second.
Okay, fair enough.
It's Zoom. It's a nightmare sometimes. Sometimes it cooperates. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. I noticed as well. Everybody's internet is very bad at the moment, but I think that's because it's under a lot of strain. So but it's cool. It's cool. It's bound to happen. We've done pretty well actually.
Just send them a private message, see if they can jump back on.
But already you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that a lot of the arguments overlap because the one thing they've got in common is children. But they, as I said, some are even diametrically opposed. There are so many different perspectives, opinions, and looking glasses for you to take a look through that you might agree with most of the speakers, some of the speakers, or one of the speakers. But that's the beauty of what's being offered today, is that you get to make up your own mind rather than being forced fed.
Glenn, the fake Jack.
So have we got them back? Have we got them back, Katie? Just bear with us, anyone. Please don't go anywhere. We will get this back on the road as soon as possible, even if we have to move on, like I say. Just wait for it either way.
Have I been muted?
No. Mute yourself for a second, Glenn.
All right, that's all right. I know how to do it now.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Just right. So I'm not hearing anything from Katie, so I'm going to give her another. I'm going to give her another 2 minutes, and if I don't hear from her, then what we're going to do is we're going to go straight to get Jojo. So, but we'll just hang a little bit longer because technically there's enough time. We've got a little bit of a head start today, so we do have a little bit more time. So if you guys have got the patience to just bear with us, then we'll just give them every chance in the world, because obviously Bobby and Joseph are people who are always worth listening to every day of the week. So let's try and give them as much chance to return as we possibly can.
I'm just going to give him a quick ring now just to see if
Okay.
I can speed this up a bit.
No problem. No problem. Like I say, we'd rather wait for them if we can, or reassign them if we have to, but we definitely want to keep them. Every time they speak, I'm glued. They are those kinds of speakers. But that's the difference. We talk. Sorry, is there someone?
I'm just saying it was really interesting. It's a shame they went off. I'm hoping they get back on. It was really interesting listening to them.
Yeah. And the thing is it's like many of us go out and we have our past, we have our things that we fight for. But where they've been through so much, it just makes their fight so pure. and it oozes from them, you know, the sincerity, the fight being just so genuine, and I think it's a great example to set for other people as well, and for people who, you know, who've gone through those kinds of horrors, and can look at those people who are there, not saying, hey, look, we're perfect now, but at the same time, you know, they've really channeled this into something so positive. That's amazing, and an inspiration, and definitely an inspiration for people in their darkest moments that might be thinking of taking other routes, you know. You know, as they've discussed. But I don't want to sit talking this show away, because I know it's not my place to. Katie, how we doing?
We were just ringing each other, and then my phone decided to crash. Jimmy, do
Okay.
you have Joel's number to give him a quick ring to see if he wants to come back on for the last 9 minutes?
I have not got their number, no.
Do you want me to bring on our next speaker, and then we could always slot them back in between if they do come back?
I don't know if they've got other stuff planned in between. That's the only problem.
Okay. I'm just thinking of our audience. They're gonna drop off.
Yeah, well, we'll move on to our next speaker for now, and I'll make sure they get a message. My phone's they decided to
Sorry,
turn back
Joseph
on.
and Bobby. As I said, we
Give me
really need.
Just give me 2 more minutes. Sorry, my phone's literally just started.
Okay, no problem. You go ahead. So yeah, and I think already the quality of speaker that we've had on today kind of speaks for itself, guys. Done it already, you know. And again, it's not for us.
Zero, can I suggest playing a song in the meanwhile?
As long as it's not got a copyright on it.
Oh, I don't know. It's off YouTube.
If it's got a copyright on it, and then it'll get the stream in the shit.
Joseph just messaged. He's trying to get back on, Joseph. He's trying.
Trying to get back on?
Yeah, he just got a message
there
saying he's trying to get back on.
Right, okay. Well, then please bear with us, everybody. Please, I know that the numbers dropping a little bit, but please stay patient. We knew with live television this was going to happen. It was always going to happen. Come on, let's be real. So just give us a few minutes and we'll back on track. The good thing is we're actually ahead of schedule, so we do have a little bit of time to kill. But we will get them back as soon as possible, because I know our other speakers are raring to go.
Nervous.
Yeah, nervous and raring to go. See, I've got my part out of the way. It's easy for me. Yeah, but put the test card on, as Bottom Wanderers just said. So yeah, do you remember?
Right, we haven't answered. The computer crashed on that. Well, the Zoom crashed on their end. But yeah, they should be coming back on now. Right, any second.
Brilliant. So when they're ready, we will hand you back over to the very capable Joseph and Bobby Blair.
I'm hoping they'll be on in a second.
No problem. As soon as they're on, I will step out.
What I'll do is I'll put them. We'll put them at the speaker that's cancelled this morning, and we'll move on to the next speaker. So, because obviously I know that they'll be itching to come on as well.
Yes.
So we have Tinky Jojo, who's speaking next, if she's around.
I believe she is.
Oh,
Hi.
God.
It's a demo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Tinky, we can hear you.
Can ya? Ooh, woohoo! How is everyone?
All right. So are you happy to take this away, Tinky?
Yeah. Today, I don't want to know too much about myself. Obviously, there's loads that I want to speak about, but at the minute, last night, I was doing some research, and I've come across an article. Now, I live in a town called Southport. I've tried to report my abuse and my children being abused for the last 7 years, and to no avail, basically. And then obviously through all this research that I've been doing over the last year, I was looking at like the Rotherham girls and things like that, and started to work out actually how many times that they'd been abused and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like by one person, which went to like astronomical amounts, thousands of people, do you know what I mean, that must have abused these people. So my point is, right, you've got a load of people that are reporting abuse, but no matter whether you've been abused by like 1,000 people or one person, no one's getting any justice. Do you know what I mean? But last night I was doing some research though on my own town, which this is what I just need to get it off my chest because I'm just so shocked. Now, Vanessa George, she was done for taking photographs of children in a nursery. Now, in 2017, this article's actually from 2009. But around that time, I'd have had one of my children. So, you know, maybe at the time I wasn't keeping up with the news maybe as much as what I am now. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, when you're working and you're bringing up children and being abused yourself mentally, I suppose, you know, you're not really taking, much notice of what's going on around you because you're too busy being abused, if you like. Well, last night I was just doing some research and it ends up coming up that one of the workers was actually from Southport, where I live. So it says, this is just what I just want to get some of this while I can off my chest while we've got this opportunity to. Southport woman faces child sex charges. Charges follow investigation into Colin Blanchard, who recently admitted child sex abuse with nursery worker Vanessa George. A woman will appear in court today charged with child sex offences. Following the investigation is the paedophile Colin Blanchard. Blanchard, 38, nursery worker, Vanessa George, 39, and Angela Allen, 39, admitted a string of offences at Bristol Crown Court last month. Merseyside police said last night an unnamed 43-year-old woman from Southport is being charged with a number of offences relating to possessing and making indecent images of child and sexual activity with a child. She was due to appear at Bootle Magistrates Court today, and obviously this article is in 2009, the 19th of November. Well, I didn't know that somebody from my town was related to Vanessa George, do you know what I mean? Which, has she been released now or what? Because I'm just disgusted that, do you know what I mean? That no one's had pans out and bells ringing that this is going on in our towns, do you know what I mean? And I know we're all here doing this right now, but I'm just shocked that my own town has not got out and done something. In fact, I'm fuming. I only found this out last night. Do you know what I mean? So tomorrow I'm going out with my megaphone outside with the church because I've had enough. I've just had enough because Merseyside police aren't doing anything about the child abuse. Why is she unnamed? Why does no one know who she is? Why are they hiding everybody's identity as a paedophile? Do you know what I mean? And they're saying there's not a ring when there is a ring. So, you know, I'm just absolutely fuming at all this today that, you know, we're in 2020 and our government's just not taking child abuse seriously. We need people out on the streets daily, even on your half-hour walks with pans saying this is not acceptable because this is, you know, what they're doing to us now. It's just another form of control. And it's like how they've controlled paedophilia from our eyes so that nobody knew that it was going on. Do you know what I mean? You know, I've been trying for 7 years. It's like banging your head against a brick wall. Do you know what I mean? So, but then they're letting paedophiles be in our towns, left, right, and centre, and not telling us about them. And then we're reporting it and they're not doing anything. And then kids are being abused. And then there's thousands of them, but then only a selected few are getting charged for even their rapes or abuse. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, I'm just sorry for coming out a little bit out the blue there with that, but I'm just disgusted that my own town's actually allowed somebody to be unnamed that was involved in that, you know, paedophilia group. My daughter was born in 2009. So, you know, when that came out, it like made me so ill. Do you know what I mean? That this has even happened. And then for me to go through what I've gone through where they've left my children with an abuser, do you know what I mean? It's absolutely awful what's going on out there, and just nobody is getting justice at all. And the government is not helping the children. You know, so they're putting people through trauma and more trauma and then not even telling anyone in the towns what's going on in the towns. And then just from leading from that article yesterday, that then led me to another 5 articles that have gone on in my town. And then I'm sure if I spend like another 10 minutes again just on my town, you know, I'll find another load more. I mean, never mind like this last year, yeah, I've been 24 hours a day, near enough 7 days a week researching, and it is just filtered everywhere. In fact, I don't think anybody at any level is getting any break. Facebook's even reporting that children are being abused left, right and centre through Facebook. You know, the amount of sex offences that are going on through Snapchat, TikTok, all these other things, do you know what I mean? And now we're on this lockdown, it's just going to get even worse. And, you know, if the police aren't sorting out the crimes before lockdown, well, how are they going to sort out the crimes while we're on lockdown? Do you know what I mean? So this is why we need the people to stand up for the kids, because nobody is getting any justice. And, you know, we've just had like Joe and Bobby on, who I just want to say, I just have so much respect for you both. Do you know what I mean? I've met with yous on, you know, number of occasions, and, you know, we've camped out together and stuff. And, you know, the strength, you've given me strength. You've given me strength to speak out. And I want to know that my strength's there behind you all, not just like Joe and Bobby, but everybody who's out there fighting for justice. Do you know what I mean? But the sad thing is there is no justice out there for anybody. So this is why we need to make justice. You know, there should be a children's police. There should have been a lockdown on the paedophilia. Do you know what I mean? But we haven't got lockdown on paedophilia. We've got lockdown on this. I mean, I don't know if you want me to speak about it or not, but, you know, you've got children now that are being diagnosed with cancer who aren't getting treatment, who are now going, this is another level of abuse to children, where then they're being separated by the parents and being left to die. Do you know what I mean? Then we're having our elderly being left to die. We've had all our children for decades, and it's not just been like, you know, it's gone on even from the beginnings of the First World War. Even if you start researching history back and back and back, this abuse to children has never ever stopped, and it has never been addressed. And this is why we need to address it today. And this is why, like, you know, like I said, I've just seen that a woman from my town was involved with Vanessa George. I was crying last night. I was physically sick, because to think that somebody was in my town that was doing that while I was raising my children, going about my business, was abusing kids. And, you know, it was just completely behind the scenes and no one knew. But, and then it's still being put behind the scenes because they've not even released who she is. We know who this Vanessa George is. We know this Colin Blanchard. We'll use this one from Southport. Was it worse than what the others were doing? Because, you know, when they don't release the names, isn't it because they're normally worse than what? Or is it somebody's daughter that we shouldn't know, or somebody's son that we shouldn't know of? Or it's a woman, isn't it? So yeah. So is it somebody's? You know, are they in the loop-de-loop? Do you know what I mean? Why should she get an what is it? Anonymity? We should all know who they are, name and shame each and every one. You know. And it's a disgrace. How long have I got to talk, Casey? Sorry, because I was a bit caught off guard before.
You still got some extra time. You've got a couple of minutes.
Couple more
You're due to pass over at 10 past.
If you want them.
past.
Yeah.
Right, sorry, 1 second. It's not that I'm not like unprepared, but, you know, just going back to like our MPs and stuff as well. We're part of the United Nations. Yeah, which has human rights, and it has got the children's human rights in there. Do you know what I mean? And every single one of our human children's rights are being ignored. Now, there was a big meeting with the United Nations last year because every single country was adhering to the children's rights and to the human rights of the people, or well, majority of them were to a degree. But the only ones that weren't in regards to the children's rights was England. So they came to an agreement to say that the United Nations would, that England would allow MPs to implement these human rights, which should already be implemented into our system. So if you look at it to the basis of nothing is there to protect the children, they're saying that the things are there to protect the children, but then when you go to access the things to what should be there to protect the children actually aren't there to protect the children. Do you know what I mean? So no legislation, no law is working for our kids. And this is why we need to get out on the streets, because, you know, over the years, people have stood up, but then the government just don't listen. But, you know, this is why we just need to wake everybody up that we can to get out on the streets and to stand for these kids, because, you know, it's going to be your grandkids and then their kids that are going to be abused. And then while this is all going on, you're going to be in an indoctrinated system, because they're going to control everything about you. They're going to control your money, even more what food you eat, you know. So, you know, if we don't get out there, and this, to me, all this COVID-19, I'm sorry to say it, to me is to hide people standing for the child abuse and for covering up their own agendas of what's going on behind the scenes, because people were unpicking it. Now, how can you have a government that does an inquiry, which is not like an inquiry done by the people? So what we need to say to the government is, well, do you know what? However many of us here there is now, we all need to compile something together and say, look, through our research over these last few years, compile everything up that we've all found together and put it back on their toes and say, we feel that there is a loop and that there is a link and that there is a chain. Do you know what I mean? And then, you know, as we do that, we get people to sign it, whether we have to knock on everybody's door in all our towns. Then, you know, that's something that we're just going to have to do, because, you know, we have to protect the children at the end of the day, because the police aren't going to protect them, the family courts aren't going to protect them, the solicitors aren't going to protect them. Do you know what I mean? It's us, the people. In the 1300s, you know why there was a mass revolt? Because the women and children were getting raped, and in the end, the people had had enough, and they took all the money. They were taking all the money from them, from the people, and they were raping all the kids and the people. Well, it's only like what they're doing now today in 2020. Do you know what I mean? And that's obviously, we're not going to go out there with pickaxes and forks and horses, but, you know, we need to do it the right way, with words, with God behind us, and, you know, fight these demons that have been in power, that have put things in place like giving Jimmy Savile a gold key to go through care homes, you know, mental institutions, and God knows where else that man went, you know, to be able to abuse children, vulnerable adults, you know, and anybody really that he felt liked, you know, and through the telly as well. So, you know, we've got to join together and, you know, share this out, guys, because there's loads of really good speakers on here today. And, you know, we've all gone through so much. We've all got our own personal stories, not stories, our testimony, you know, our testaments. And, you know, hopefully we can get people that are going through similar things to speak out and, you know, get strength to say, you know, because there will be people listening out there that are being abused and they won't know who to speak to. And even now to this day, you know, I know that there's things in my cupboard that I've never told anybody. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, but I have still been brave enough to come out, but there's things that I won't speak about yet because I'm not ready to. But when the time's right, I will speak about it, but the time's not right for me now. I need people to get out on the streets for the children at the minute. It's not just about me. This is about the children. Do you know what I mean? And it's about making sure that people who abuse children are dealt with severely and are not allowed back in society ever again. I'm sorry, but I don't think you can rehabilitate somebody that's raped a child or abused a child or you know, I just don't think that you can. And if Vanessa George and this Colin Blanchard and whoever this woman is from my town, I'll find out who it is. Do you know what I mean? Because shame on you all for abusing kids, and shame on the government for never ever stepping up for these kids. And that's what we need to make happen. So am I out of time, guys, yet? Or
yes, Tinky, that we're about there. I just didn't want to cut you off. So thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it.
thank you, guys. And
Brilliant, thank you. And so, oh, sorry, did you have something you wanted to say before we cut off?
Oh no, did you want me to introduce your next guest, or is Katie doing it?
I think our next guest was going to be Alavi Dowie, who's now not going to make it. So we are going to be going straight to Streets and Billy Sutherland.
Peace out, guys. Love you lots.
Is that Off Street? Did someone say our?
That's it. Yeah, sorry, Streets of Billy Southern. You're up, guys. Sorry if I didn't say that.
I
How you doing?
exist. Before we start, this will probably be the last time that you'll see me on the same panel as yourself, sir. But good to meet you all the same. Hello, Street. How you going?
Not too bad, my friend. Not too bad.
Let's not
Thank you
piss
for the
anyone off
invite,
too much.
Katie.
Let's moan about the NHS.
Yeah. NHS for me is there's a lot more people that are working, doing difficult jobs.
What about
There's
dancing, Street?
lots of
What about people
industries.
dancing? Is that something we should be looking forward to? Dancing videos?
Yeah, I believe we should all be mobilised on Tower Bridge, London Bridge, Trafalgar. I think it's which one is it? Westminster Bridge, and we should all block it off and have a party on there because that seems to be acceptable. But what isn't acceptable is walking your dog in a park without being accosted by police and put into a van. But you can actually, as long as you say you're doing it for the NHS, get away with murder, I believe.
Well, the funny thing is, what I was waiting for was this epidemic of deaths to come from nurses and doctors, because surely people are catching it from going to buy a pack of condoms. So how is it you can be siphoning around the Black Death in every NHS establishment in the country, but the doctors are the ones dancing around like they're at a summer day camp? But yet the patients that are in normal societies, they're all looking like they've got plague. So, but I don't understand. I don't understand, Street. Can you make out, do these doctors have special antibodies of some description?
I would believe
What do you
so.
think?
I would believe so. I don't think a lot of the truth is coming out about this. I think if I fell over now and broke my leg, I'd die of coronavirus.
This is what's scaring me, mate. I had a bad tooth 2 weeks ago. I kept my mouth shut.
Yeah,
I
because
thought,
you couldn't. Yeah, just don't go
next
to
thing you know,
hospital. 'cause
Vinny
no matter
died
what
of
you-
tooth rot.
Yeah, it's. I do believe that obviously there's a virus, and I do believe it's a thing, but I don't believe in the hysteria, because if I did believe in it, the whole country would be in lockdown. It wouldn't be this group of people can work, this group of people can't. The industry I'm in makes no sense for me to be in this industry. So I'm in repairs. Everyone knows what I do. I repair Apple products. So, I have devices coming from all around the country. Now, this device could be coming from somebody with this virus for all I know. And when you see the state of it, where the iPads with just horrible stuff all over the screen, because customers just don't clean their devices. Now, surely we would be classed as high risk, but no, we're classed as essential. Now, the problem is with this essential thing, you all seem to be following the narrative that NHS are keeping the country together. Well, I do believe they have to do their part, but they got in that service to help people. That is their job to do that. They are going to be coming across people that are ill. That is partly their job as well. So to be giving people the George Cross or being selected for the George Cross just because they're doing their jobs, I think is ridiculous.
Well, did you see yesterday, Street? I put up a really distressing video of a young woman. I can't say young woman. And she was being escorted, shall we say, quite hastily to a police van. And some chap was trying to film her for the sake of her public safety. And the way he was treated told me everything I needed to see. He was basically, I mean, if that was me, I wouldn't have gone that far, because I'd have probably gone, Mr. Burke, we're glad you're here. But for that civilian to be treated like that, that reminded me of the way we're treated at marches. The police are locking down in a way that they're intimidated. They're not just having a bad day at work, they're hiding something.
Yeah, well, you can't, that's the video I was on about, where you've got someone that's walking their dog, I believe, and there was 2 other people with them. And,
unless that dog was a 5G beacon and we don't know. And the police were stopping the 5G dog.
I'm not getting in 5G. I've heard the pigeons, and now we've got 5G. No, I ain't getting involved.
Guys,
with 5G.
can I just intrude very quickly? Try to keep it 5G and COVID free.
No.
Right, okay. So,
Sorry, guys.
it's all right. Lee Garrett's going to tear into me after this, so don't worry. I'm going to get it for
Yeah,
that.
I don't know.
It's only
enough
because it's
about
the promise
5G.
we made when we started. That was all.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Oh,
fair
sorry, I
enough,
didn't
fair
know. My apologies. I do apologise.
We're very close with Lee, so we wind him up. It's just a bit of back and
Yeah.
forth between us and him.
No problem.
Yeah, I didn't know it was COVID-free zone. Yeah, so okay, we'll talk about the more and more I see about this about forced adoption, the more I see about the way the state handles certain people is the more and more I hear, the more shocking it is.
Well, forced adoption is something that it's one of those things that, like many things, whether you're talking about gay adoption, forced adoption, LGBT promoting kids to do X, Y, and Z, there are multiple factions that should be heavily supported in tackling this, because it's the forced adoption is one of the things that a lot of us don't have time for, but it doesn't make it any less important. So,
I've got a weird question there. Just now, it's just come to me. You know, if you was to, if your child was to go to school and say that you supported BNP or you supported UKIP, and the school system seems to take a dim view of that, and especially if you was to say you was to support Tommy or anything like this, right? Imagine then, I wonder if you will be reported for if your kids go into school and say, my parents said that the alphabet community is a curse on society and it does nothing for the demographics. Do you think then that would be classed as, you would have social services coming in, because then that could be classed as abuse?
Of course you will. But I mean, what we're saying now will offend other people, because they'll say, oh, there's nothing wrong with gayness. So then it comes down to the level that you care about children. Like if you like, there's different factions to this. So if your only problem is forced adoption, but then you're going to let tens of people adopt children that aren't clear of their own sexuality, then I think we should share the weight out, personally.
Yeah, because I think it's going to be classed, it's going to be another this thought crime. You have to agree with this, or you're against it. So this LBGT having the alphabet stuff and having transsexuals or men dressed as
exactly. So the forced adoption comes to what line? Exactly.
Yeah, because
where does it end?
Look, you aren't giving your child the right upbringing, because you are saying this is.
But Barry and Barry down the road, they've got a lovely semi-detached cottage. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then it comes down to the Marxist agenda to fit up, and it only gets worse. So good work to the ladies and gents that are taking on forced adoption.
Well, I think it's a lot of it. I mean, when the schools go back, I'm lucky that in the sense that my daughters, 2 of them are left, and one's in the last couple of years. So I don't think this is going to be pushed. But I think if you're going to take out religious education, well, not all religious education, only for Christian religion. If you take that out and you install well, I would say it's probably paedophile hour or something like that, because the degeneracy that they're going to be pushing to 5-year-olds is probably on the same part.
We'll leave it on this note before we bugger off. We're on our last minute.
Yeah, and it's like this is poisoning our kids against us in a way, and it'll be almost where, they're told a certain way that when they go home, they're saying, no, don't believe any of that. That's disgusting. I don't want to be talking about this. That's going to be classed as,
Right, I'm just going to say that everyone who's in the movement knows that the government is full of shit. If the government is supporting something, right, then don't go and support it. If they're supporting kids, trannies reading to kids, don't tell me it's a good idea. It's that simple, So if we're going to say, oh, the government are right here, but they're wrong here, then there's inconsistencies in our stories. That's my opinion. So if the government are saying something, pick your battles, basically. Anyway, I think that's us, isn't it? We've gone our course.
Because I don't know. Wow, that was quick.
Well
we
done,
tried to
guys.
cram in as much as we did, but
no, you've done really well. You only had 10 minutes, and you managed to cram a lot in. So well done. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for doing your part. I think we're going to go straight into Gary Hilson. I think Katie said there's maybe a couple of people as well. Tracy as well. So hopefully they're coming in about now.
God bless everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you, guys.
Am I on? Hello?
Are we on? Are you there?
You're wrong,
I'm
Gary.
here.
Is Tracy with you? Are you doing it together or are you doing it separate?
I'm going to speak a little while and then I'm going to hand it over to Tracy, yeah?
Awesome. No worries.
Well, where to begin? I mean, we were quite active a few years ago on social media. We was doing 2 shows a week on a Wednesday and Saturday and trying to expose the false adoption agenda. We've got quite a complicated story, quite a long backstory, but I won't bore you with that now. But you're saying about conspiracies. You can't talk about this agenda without talking about it being a conspiracy. I think everything is a conspiracy that is going on in mainstream government and media. There is an agenda to destroy the family life, I believe. And I believe that's done through social services, procuring children for adoption and long-term foster care. We've suffered this twice, me and Tracy, apart from our other children that we've had with our ex-partners being taken. We got together in 2014, blended our families in 2015, and quite soon social services moved in on us. Me and Tracy had a baby in 2015. That baby was taken at 3 days old. 2016, yeah, sorry. That baby was taken at 3 days old. They stopped our contact with that baby in February 2017. And we ain't seen her since, even though we've been told that we had a ruling by Justice Holman in the High Court that it was quite a landmark ruling and opened the door for a lot of revocation applications. That was the standard that was set. But it never achieved anything. We went in front of Justice Baker in 2018 and he decided that we shouldn't be allowed to revoke the placement order. I've got to be careful of what I actually say because we have got injunctions on us and we're not allowed to name names and whatever. But what happened was we stopped our social media campaign because we was told that it would be beneficial to us to stop talking about it because it was in the court arena. Shortly after the revocation was refused, and I'm sure Tracy won't mind me saying this, she tried to commit suicide. She slit her throat in the street. And this is happening across the UK and across the world with people that have lost their children and they just can't stand it no more because the system is so corrupt, you cannot win. And there needs to be a wholesale change in the system and in the court system in particular. We've had 4 decisions of recent go against us. We was in the news, but we wasn't named because we had a baby last April. It'll be 1 in 2 weeks' time, and we refused to register him. And we made the news and whatever because Justice Hayden decided that the local authority as a corporate parent had the ability to register a child if a parent didn't. That was the first one that went against us. They took us to court as soon as the baby was born, the day after his birthday, wanting removal. They put us in a family unit, a 47-year-old man and a 41-year-old woman in a parenting unit to be assessed. I think Tracy's going to talk more about that, so I won't touch on that too much. Suffice it to say, I got kicked out because I was accused of investigating the director of the unit, who we've subsequently found out yesterday works for an independent agency, which is about a mile from our house, and he used to work for our local authority. So we think there's something's gone on there. And Tracy stayed in the unit after I was kicked out, and I had to go and visit him 3 times a week at their other centre. These units, and as Tracy's going to touch on, these parenting units, they work in line with the local authorities that are paying them to make criteria to take the children off of the parents. Jumping forward to this year, we had a 6-day trial for our little boy, and Justice Hayden said that they made new criteria from the criteria they made in 2016. They now say that I'm coercively controlling of my partner, and that she wouldn't be able to protect our little boy in our care. We had an adoption hearing in January for our little girl, who still isn't adopted, from 2017. We asked for permission to oppose the adoption. That was heard. I can't remember what judge heard that, but that was heard and refused. That was Moisten, wasn't it? Moisten that heard that. That was heard and refused. We said that we didn't want him vaccinated because I've got a vaccine damaged child, and Justice Hayden once again said no, he can be vaccinated because under section 33(3) of the Children Act, the local authority are corporate parent and they can make decisions. So that went against us. That went to, he allowed that to go to the Court of Appeal for their own benefit, because they wanted to make case law to say that local authorities can do what they want with these children. Now, we had another decision go against us with that appeal. Now local authorities can do what they want with your children if they're a corporate parent. Now, jumping forward, I still don't want to talk about conspiracies and whatever too much, but I think there is, you know, we've heard from people today that have been abused by the system, abused in the care system. Now, although the care homes are not operating so much, has this abuse stopped? Who is feeding these elites with these children to be abused? It's still going on, but I don't want to put everyone on a downer, but this is going on through the care system and through adoption. If you look at that little Elise in Wales, she was killed by a same-sex parent couple. Now, the gentleman that was just speaking before me, I was just printing something out, but I could hear what he was saying about same-sex couples. Our little girl was with a same-sex couple. We've been taken to court because they disclosed paperwork they shouldn't have disclosed to us, and they wanted to seize all our electronic devices to make sure we've deleted it. This is just a complete abuse of human rights. And getting on to human rights, I mean, I'm going to be starting a daily talk show from 11 till 1, a daily podcast show on my 2 channels, Gary Roy Hilson, and Gary Evanson. I've got 2 profiles, but this weekend I'm dealing with an appeal, and I'm going to be putting that is genocide. Genocide is being committed by the government, by local authorities, by CAFCAS, because if you look at the Genocide Act in the International Criminal Courts Act, Section A doesn't apply, killing members of the group, which I believe this bigger agenda, they are killing members of the group, but we won't go into that conspiracy. But if you look at the other sections, B, Part B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, which this forcibly taking away of children is doing, in particularly, as I mentioned, Tracy's suicide attempt. Section C, deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction on whole or in part. They're destroying family lives. They're taking children away from their birth parents. Section D is imposing measures intended to prevent births in the group. Me and Tracy can't go on to have any more children. We've had 1 child put up for adoption and another one taken, and they want to adopt him now. And section E, which is the most poignant point, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, which is what is happening when they take your rights away to say no to your child being adopted. So I'm putting in an appeal to the Court of Appeal. Should that fail, I'm going to judicially review the Ministry of Justice. I don't know what else I can say in this limited time slot, but it'll be great for everyone to join me when I do it. My talk thing that I'm going to be doing from 11 till 1 is not just going to be about this agenda. It's going to be about COVID, about vaccinations, about various agendas. And it's going to be an opportunity for people to actually call in and actually speak to me and challenge me on these points. So if you can't join me on my profiles, because they're both getting up to about 5,000 mark, join my group, which is the Evanson Show, EVANSON Show, and join the group, or friend me on Facebook if you can. But I'm going to hand over to my other half now, who's sitting opposite me, and she's going to be talking to you from her perspective on what's happening. So I'll hand over to Tracy.
Am I on you?
Yeah, you're on. I'll turn mine down.
Right, what we've got here is we've got Ollie's teddy bear and we've got Poppy's teddy bear that we bought for Christmas this year. Poppy, we haven't been able to give it to her. Ollie, we have. He plays with it at contact when we see him. Contact's been stopped at the moment due to the COVID. So, yeah, we'll stop that there. Basically, mental health, what this has done to me, I wake up every single morning and the pain is still there. It still hurts. There's a grieving process when a child dies. When adoption happens, there's no grieving process, and it's hard to move on from that. We haven't seen Poppy since February 2017, and now they're trying to adopt Ollie. And the pain of not being able to be with your children is heartbreaking. And people say my suicide attempts are attention seeking, but no way. Anybody who's had their child taken and forcibly adopted, and breastfeeding children being taken from their parents, you will understand the pain that you wake up with every morning. And sometimes it gets to me, and I can't cope with the day ahead. It's painful, and that's why sometimes I've attempted to take my life. It's nothing to do with attention seeking at all. And I just want to make that point, that it's heartbreaking what we're having to go through on a daily basis with this. When we had Ollie, they put us in a family unit, and you know, they couldn't fault us on any of our parenting, and us as a relationship, we didn't show them no signs of coercive control or nothing, but yet they use coercive control. Apparently now I'm so meant to be so controlled by Gary that, you know, I don't argue with points with him and stuff like that, but I do. We showed that in the unit, and the units are only there to take away these children, to make reason to take away these children.
Unless you're a drug addict.
Yeah, unless you're a drug addict or an alcoholic, they will give you your child back because they know they're going to go back in a few years' time or whatever to take that child. Yeah, and it's just, the units are there basically to remove your child. They give you a period where you can be with your child, but then in the end they say they can't cope being parents full time, remove the children. Like they said about Gary being coercively controlling, he's not. I'm, you know, I'm not controlled by nobody. And if anybody wears the, what is it, the shoes?
Trousers.
Anyone wears trousers, it's me in the relationship. And we've done counselling, couple counselling, and that's what they've basically said, that I am the one that is in control of the relationship, because although it's not of a high level to be concerning, yeah, but with, you know, they just remove children without thinking, and eventually when they do come and find you, it's, you know, they've been brainwashed, and or they've been removed from placement to placement to placement. I mean, I know of 2 little boys that were adopted, and then the parents split up, and so they gave the children back to the system, and then they were re-adopted again, and they're messed up in the head. They're now 18 and 21. They're messed up in the head because of this, and they're saying that our children are, you know, well, they're the state's. They're not our children. They belong to the state, and that's, you know, that's what they're basically about. What else have I got to cover?
I don't know, but I just didn't say on my thing. I think this situation, there needs to be a change in the system.
Yeah, there needs to be a change in the system, but you know, how do we do that? You know, it's hard. We can't change the system alone, and you know,
parents just they live in apathy.
Yeah,
they don't want to come out to these demos. And
well, a lot of parents turn to drink and drugs after they've had their children removed, and you know, they haven't got the willingness to go out there and fight. They've just given up, and that's what a majority of parents do, just give up. But how do you give up on your child? You know, I wouldn't.
We need every group in the country to come together. The Yellow Vests, Alfie Evans is
yeah,
and that Alfie's law is supposed to be coming through. Alfie's law to say that parents have the control of their children and have the right to say what happens to their children, life or death.
Yeah, we should have the right to. We don't know if Poppy is dead or alive. You know.
Don't say her name, please.
All right. Well, we don't know if she's dead or alive, but you know, our son at the moment, we're supposed to have FaceTime with him, you know, a couple of times a week. We're not even getting that.
I ain't seen him in 4 weeks.
We haven't seen him since the lockdown.
15 hours a week down to 4 hours a week, wasn't it?
Do you want to finish off my time?
No, go on. You do it. Go on.
Well, yeah, I've got 3 minutes left.
Well, we're just saying that, you know, they say in the best interest of the child, we were seeing him 5 days a week for 3 hours, and they cut that as soon as they got their placement order. They cut that down to two times a week for 2 hours.
Guys, can I just say you've got a couple of extra minutes, so
which is an abuse.
Use them.
Complete abuse. Hello, I'm joining again. Hello, everyone.
Guys, can you hear me? You've got a couple of extra minutes, so please feel free to use them.
I don't know what else we can actually say, but you know, we're going to continue fighting, and we come off of social media because we was advised by Tracy's solicitors. I work as litigant in person, but we was advised by Tracy's solicitors to step back and not be so prominent on social media. But I'm just going to go all guns for it now. From hopefully Monday, I'm going to be putting out a podcast and a talk show, and this has got to get out into the public. You know, everything now is all on this all on this virus.
What's the name of your platform
going to be? Virus. You know, the Epstein thing has gone away. The
Hollywood paedophilia.
Hollywood paedophilia. That now we don't want to get into all the conspiracies, but the thing is, we've heard that a lot of the Hollywood lot are all got arrest warrants out on them, and I don't want to scare people that have lost children, but there is a I believe that there's these children, 250,000 children a year in the UK go missing. 800,000, I think it is in America. They go missing, never to be seen again. And a lot of them children go missing out of the care system. Now, what are they doing? You know, if you get in the SRA, the satanic ritual abuse, you know, just because there's a virus going on, that doesn't mean that, you know, these things stop. And the frightening thing is when you have a child adopted and taken away from your care, you don't know if that child is alive or dead. We've had no updates on our little boy in 4 weeks. We ain't seen him.
And he was supposed to have had this virus as well. Yeah, but we're going to finish up now.
He was supposed to have the measles.
You mentioned launching a platform, guys. Can
Thank you for giving us the time, and thank you for listening.
Yeah, good luck, guys. This is a great thing you're doing today.
Guys, you mentioned launching a platform.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Guys, you mentioned. Hang on, before you go, you mentioned launching the platform. Where can we find you? No. Okay. I tried.
It's all right. Give them a
Sorry, we
second.
don't know who we were supposed to introduce next. So
It's all right.
Kate, you
That's
can do
okay.
that.
That's okay. So guys, before you go, you mentioned a platform. Where can we find you? Can you hear me?
Give them a second. Gary and Tracy, just trying to find out where we'd be able to find you.
No, okay, perhaps I'll put it in the
We'll
messages.
come back to it at the end. Until then, we've got Smithy on next. Oh, I'm gonna make Gary's just. No, he's not.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
what did you say, Katie? Because I had my one muted.
They were just asking what platform they can find you on.
Yeah,
Well,
you mentioned
I'm
a new
on
platform.
Facebook and the Evanson Show. It's a group. There's the Evanson Show is a page as well on Facebook. My personal profile is Gary Hilson, which I'm on here today as, and also I've got a profile called Gary Evanson. So
Brilliant, thank you.
If you want to join that and join in, that would be fantastic. But I'm going to be doing a daily thing, not just talking about the children's agenda, but talking about various agendas and giving people a chance to join in on Zoom and talk to me each day. If they agree with me, fantastic. If they don't agree with me, still fantastic. Everyone's got their opinion, and I just want to get that out there. So
brilliant. We look forward to it, mate. Absolutely look forward to it. And we're moving to our next speaker, which is Smithy.
That's it. Hello? Got me? Is it working?
Yeah, you're on. We can hear you loud and clear.
All right, brilliant. Who street? Our street. Just going forward though, about all this social services. I come to the movement about, I'll say, 12 years now, going on to 13. I had my 2 children, as you know. Social services got involved because of stuff what's happened between me and my ex-partner. A load of lies were being put against me from social services, the police, and an ex-partner. They all ganged up together. I ended up in prison for 3.5 months on remand. So, I got found not guilty after Christmas. So, after this, I didn't see my kids for like 6.5 months. I had to fight for these children. When I was in prison, I thought, what else have I got to lose now? I've lost my life, I've lost everything. I'm in prison now for all these lies. So I thought I'll fight for my children. This is why I come to this movement. Children are being taken away from dads, mums, all sides of the story, yeah. The children are the ones who are suffering. People are using children as weapons. Even social services are against making families split. This is what social services do. They make you split up so they can steal children and they poison this person, poison that person. It is unbelievable what social services does. And I proved the point to social services that it was all lying and covering up about me and things like that, making these lies up. And I proved the main one from social services had to leave. They left social services. And then my fight carried on, fighting for my children. It took 4 years to get custody of my children. After all the crap they put me through, they made me do tests for this, tests for that, even doing courses. My boy had colic at 3 weeks old. And he was crying and crying. I'm in the bloody contact centre. Both of my kids. My little girl was like 2. She wanted to go run around and play. You've got social services watching you like eagles. It's disgusting what they do to people. And moving forward on this now is like, next steps we got to do. I'm thinking we need to go to social services and all the evidence, what all the people have got, what they're doing to the people or the children. This is what we've got to move forward for the children's futures. Like you say, the children matters. They do matter. They're the next generation. What's going on in our country now is like we need to stop what's happening so our kids are safe from not even social services, from the police, from the elite, whatever everyone wants to think about. You know what I mean? It's disgusting what they are actually doing. Moving forward for demos or things like that. Obviously this corona thing, which I don't really want to get into, we need to start hitting big places, block parliament, things like that. Definitely, we need numbers to do things. And people want to, well, I don't even want to go into about divide and things like that, but you get that anywhere, wherever you go. I just pay no attention to it. Also, another thing, fathers' rights. This is what I started ages ago as well, pushing things forward. But it works on both sides. Some women don't see their children, so you move. So you've got the women who don't see them and the men don't. It works both sides. We need to like start pushing both sides for the children's future. I don't really know what else to go on about. Well, I've got a few notes here. Let's have a go. Social services and like CAMs and things like what I've been going through, calling my children far right because I've been standing up against the elite and things like that. What they're trying to do is censor me, silence me, even making up allegations against me. I've even been done for blocking the roads. You can't even make this up. What they're doing to people is unbelievable. It's just mental. And it's like helping Tyler, my boy. He's got autism, maybe ADHD. Yeah, he's a little fucker. Yeah, he is. All kids are. You know what I mean? Kids be kids. But it's like I've been fighting 3 years now to get him the support, the tests he needs. But no, social services, they've only got back in my life for the last 2 months now, yeah, because they reported my boy for a far-right extremist. So I've still got to go and see a police officer. They're going to talk to me about that, being far-right, and my son being far-right. I don't know how we can be far-right when we've been talking the truth. So at the CAMs at the moment, obviously they can't do nothing. It's only over phones and things like that. So my boy's still getting neglected and not the right support. I've even got the school against me saying about Tyler's this, Tyler's that. But if they put the things in place, which I asked 3 years ago, my boy wouldn't be having these problems and he won't be rebelling and saying, I don't want to go in class and things like that. You know what I mean? Even from a teacher from his first school, hitting a child and throwing a chair and putting him on the floor. How disgusting is that? That's what I'm saying. You get it all in all different things. And we found out after this teacher is gay. He's got children now. He's just two children. He's got 2 children. And the girl goes to Tyler's school. And this teacher actually freaked out because he turned up at the school and Tyler thought, oh no, this teacher is here again. So it's disgusting from every point. The police, social services, they are at the children and making the children suffer. And we need to change this now for the children's future. And I think Jill's next in it. Shall I be passing you over to Jill? That's all right. Hello.
Hi, Smith. Thank you. For those, quite a long time, I didn't think that anything untoward was going on with children in care until 26th October when my 2 sons were taken. Harley and Ryan was separated, even though there was a sibling assessment stating the boys should never be separated. 6 months after Ryan and Harley being together with a foster family, Ryan was taken to our abuser. He was alienated. He was mentally and emotionally and quite possibly physically abused by his father. He was then placed with a first-time foster family who didn't know how to help Ryan. He's also autistic. He has asthma. And Ryan's behaviour was deteriorating very rapidly. I got the phone call in December stating Ryan was placed in a foster home, a children's home. I remember the call that I got that Ryan wanted to see me. I had not seen him for a while. And he looked okay. But I was still wary because I had this feeling something was going on. I then seen my little man in February, which was the worst day of my life. He had a bruise on his chin, as you can see just here, and then back of his neck just there. Fingerprint bruises to his arms, scratches to his cheek. I asked the social worker what was going on. At first, it was a ground restraint used. A grown adult pinned him to the floor while 3 others looked on. I had confirmation from a police officer that a ground restraint should never be used on a child. I reported as an assault on Ryan, only to be told there's going to be no further action. I've now got told that the day that Ryan was pinned, it actually flooded his room. So now we've got a 12-year-old child with severe asthma pinned to the floor by a grown adult. I asked what was going to happen, and I was told that the member of staff was going to go for training. I've been shut out. Every time I've asked, I've been told there's no further updates. I got an email a few days ago from one of the managers stating if I don't stop talking about Ryan being assaulted in foster care, I will be facing criminal charges. They want me to stop telling the world that my little boy was assaulted. He wasn't just assaulted whilst he was in a foster home. We are 90% sure he was also assaulted when he was in his father's care also. To place Ryan with his father was a big risk. I put my life at risk to protect Ryan, because that's what a mother should do. Over the last few months, I've become very wide awake. The grooming gangs, the forced adoptions. Just the other day, I noticed a family not far from where I live, whose children are child in need, and the social services are constantly going round. I've explained that is now a harassment. But Smith is right. We need more numbers. We need to hit the bigger places. Kate is the one who's helped me up, and she's helped me put one foot in front of the other. I'm watching everyone fight now. We're not alone. We can do this. We have to protect our children. The government don't care. The police don't care. And the social services are the ones that are harming them. So if we can now, we need to get bigger numbers. Parental alienation needs to stop. Child abuse needs to stop. The grooming gangs need to stop. And together we are stronger. As a family, we need to stick together. I know full well if they drag me in and I end up getting locked up, I know that's people out there to keep fighting for every child. The things I've learned over the last couple of years has been absolutely horrendous. And I'm very wide awake. They try to bring my past up. Harley's being taught Hungarian. They want them vaccinated without my consent. And it's hitting one brick wall after the other. I tried telling me my 17-year-old daughter, who was placed on SGO when she was 2, should not be at home now. She's been with me for last year, refusing to return back. I'm now going to pass over. I think it's Luke I'm going to pass over to. Well, please,
Luke,
guys.
do we have you on? Do we have you on, Luke? Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today, Jill. Really appreciated. Luke, are you online, my friend? I think maybe Luke's possibly running late. I just want to check that with Katie before I move on. Katie, could I double check that with you that Luke's not here?
Yeah, he's not managed to come back. He did send me a message to pre-warn me.
Okay, no problem. We knew that not everybody could make it in a situation like this. So if you guys don't mind, there's just a couple of words I want to say, and I won't take a full 10 minutes. It's just very, very simple. Is that okay, Katie?
Yep, go for it, Zero.
Okay, so the basic thing is this. Obviously, we want to make it COVID free, and we really do. Conspiracy free, and we really do. So what I want to do is kind of talk around it a little bit and just remind everybody what probably a lot of what sorry, what a lot of you already know. The biggest killer of men in Britain, the biggest killer of men under 45 is suicide. There is no close second. Not heart attacks, not psycho accidents, nothing. The reason that women's rates of suicide aren't as high as men is for one simple reason. They often don't use as lethal methods. What that means is they're also trapped in the same hideous bubble, but not necessarily using the same methods to get out of it. So what it means is a lot of suffering people out there, especially, like I say, on the age of 45. It's a Western thing and it's a UK thing. And right now, we have conspiracies galore. Now, whether they're right, whether they're wrong, I'm not going to debate. The point of it being is they're out there. We have the least trust with which the government have brought in themselves, least trust in the government at any other time. And we can hear from the cases today as to why. The cases, what they're doing with children and everything else. The problem that we also have is that people are institutionalized and now they're spending more time at home than they've ever known what to do with. And some people, unfortunately, are being introduced to the internet for the first time. What does this mean? It means trouble for those who are already suffering with mental health issues. It means trouble for those who've never had them. And it means big trouble for those who are struggling and coping with them. Funny thing is, many of us who struggle with, say, things like anxiety are finding this quite an easy time at the moment because there's less people on the streets. But if someone going back to what Sharon Binks said about how it's sort of forcing the community aspect, I would just ask everybody, and this is the only reason I wanted to speak, please look out for your neighbor. Please, like someone said, please don't be afraid just because of this bloody disease to tell them how you feel. But more to the point, please, the communities are coming back together to combat this. Please remember the mental health side of things. That many of us are using isolation for months, so it doesn't bother us. Some people can't do it for 3 days. We need to be very aware of how those people are. We need to be aware of how they are online. And if they don't see them themselves, rather than just, having the hump with them or whatever else during this particular period of time, regardless of what's causing it, we really do need to look into people and make sure that we have an extra eye on each other's back, both community online and offline. It's already the biggest killer, like I say, of men under 45. We do not need it increasing. And the stats are in, and the stats are that domestic violence, suicide, and what was the other thing? Domestic violence, suicide, and other types of crime, I think, are all on the rise already. And we just need to look out for each other, because the last thing we need on top of everything else is a whole bunch of more unnecessary suicides. So please watch out for each other as a community. And that's all I've got to say about that. But I just wanted to get that in because this is a very, very testing time for a lot of people. And no matter how much we try and do to take away from it, there's going to be so many people suffering. And when you're already suffering to a point where you're at breaking point, it literally is the straw that broke the camel's back. And this is why I think we all need to be responsible about what we're putting out there at the moment. And that's my little soapbox moment over. I want us to move on to Jimmy the Hat, who I believe will be speaking next for us. Jimmy?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, mate. All loud and clear.
Excellent. All right, everyone. As you've heard already, some fantastic speakers, survivors, people that know about this stuff. I'm not a survivor myself. I'm just a supporter of these people. And the reason I'm a supporter, because I listened to them. And I listened to them, and they convinced me all this is true. 4 years ago, I would never have believed about all these forced adoptions and grooming gangs. I would never have believed it, and what's happening in the children's homes. But listen to these very courageous people. Fantastic. Today, I just want to do a quick talk on and remind people about a young girl called Charlene Downs from Blackpool. Before I go into that, I just want to send my condolences to the family of a lady called Linda Phillips from Rochdale, who fought for justice for children for many, 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 many years. She did a hell of a lot of work with PAG UK. I send my condolences to them because they'll be absolutely devastated. She's worked really, really hard. I believe she died on the 14th of April at age 74 years. Linda, the work she did, she was talking about Sir Cyril Smith MP deceased many years before all this came out. You know, the things that was happening in Knoll View, in Cambridge House, down the Rochdale area. I remember Linda mostly when we did a demonstration with PAG UK outside Rochdale Town Hall, and we all taped our mouths up because that's what they were trying to do, keep it quiet and not allow this to come out, what was happening in Rochdale, as we all now know is completely true. Linda was telling the truth all along, letting us know what was happening. So I do send my condolences, and I would be at a funeral if it was possible. It looks like they're probably still on this lockdown and I won't be able to get there, but I would have been there to show, you know, the respects to Linda in person at a funeral, but I won't be able to get there obviously because of the lockdown. Absolutely gutting, and a great loss to her family and a great loss to the movement of children, helping children, a great loss to PAG UK, who were at 138 Yorkshire Street in Rochdale. I just thought I'd say, you know, I had to say a little bit about that before. I want to talk just a little bit and tell people about Charlene Downs, just to let everybody, you know a little bit about her. I mean, there's people now who, when this happened in 2003, they were only children, but now they're grown up and they won't even remember what happened. But no one's been found guilty yet of what happened to Charlene, and a body's still not been found, and justice has not been done for Charlene Downs or her family. So I just want to say a little bit about her name and what school she went to and all that. Charlene Downs' full name is Charlene Elizabeth Caroline Downs. She was born on the 25th of March, 1989. So Charlene, on the 25th of this March, she would have been 31 years old. Charlene lived in Blackpool with her mother, Karen Downs, her dad, Robert Downs, a brother, and her two sisters. Charlene Downs, she disappeared on the 1st of November, 2003. Charlene's mum said she last saw her in the centre on the early evening. Charlene Downs at the time was 14 years old. God knows what age she was when she was getting groomed. Easily 2 years, 12 years, a pre-teen. And this was happening in Blackpool. Charlene Downs moved with her family to Blackpool from the West Midlands. I believe she actually came from Coventry in 1999. And the school that Charlene Downs went to was called St. George. A police report found that Charlene was one of about 60 girls being groomed in the Blackpool area. Blackpool is just like Halifax, Rochdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Telford, and as we all know, the most recent town, Manchester, my town, all hidden. In May 2007, 2 men were tried for Charlene's murder. One was charged with a murder and the other one was charged with helping to dispose of Charlene Downs' body. But the jury failed to reach a verdict. Anyway, a retrial was set. But in 2008, April 2008 it was, they were released because of concerns about the evidence that were compiled by the Lancashire police. They messed it up a bit. On the 10th of November 2014, the BBC aired a programme called The Girl Who Vanished. That was Charlene. And in December of the same year, Crime Watch staged a reconstruction of you know, what happened to young Charlene. They never found any a body. They still never arrested anybody and convicted them. But anyway, you know, in the 1st of August 2017, a 51-year-old man from Preston was arrested who lived in Blackpool at the time. He was released after 2 days, so nothing came of that. And the case is still actually open to this day. No one's been found guilty of the murder of 14-year-old Charlene Downs, and her body has never been found. So the odds are the person or persons who did this to Charlene are still walking around this country to this day, free people. And people, without doubt, will know who did it. And they're keeping quiet. And that's why we've got to keep the name of Charlene Downs out there, because justice has not been served yet. The people who did this are still walking around free. And when we shout the name Charlene Downs at demos, we're not just shouting for Charlene Downs, we're shouting for all the other boys and all the girls that this has happened to. Because there's so many of them, if we try to name them, it'd take us hours. And it's still going on to this day. As all I can say is, if the people who are taking wages to protect these children, the police, social workers, if they did their job, we wouldn't have to be doing live feeds like this, having to keep shouting the name of Charlene Downs and going out on demonstrations. But they haven't done the job, just like they didn't do the job in Manchester. In Manchester, we have the name of Victoria Gola. Victoria Gola was murdered, as far as I'm concerned, in Manchester. And she actually told a social worker what was happening to her, that she was being raped, that she was being forcibly injected with heroin and being passed around like a piece of meat. And in Manchester, as in Blackpool, they did nothing to help. They swept it under the carpet. 8 weeks after Victoria Gola asked for help off her social workers in Manchester, she was dead on an overdose. I actually believe she was that determined not to carry on, Victoria Gola, that she was telling the people that were actually raping her and selling her that she didn't want to do it. And I believe that they actually put even more heroin in her, but they overdosed her. And as I say, 8 weeks after asking the social workers for help, she was dead. Nobody went to prison for her murder. The bloke that was injecting, a 50-year-old bloke, actually did go to court for manslaughter and for injecting her. And I believe he was found not guilty of manslaughter, but he found guilty of injecting her. I think he did less than 3 years in prison. That family have got no justice yet, just like the family and the memory of Charlene Downs has not had justice. And we've got to keep shouting the names until justice is done, until the police, until the social services do their job. What they say is what they said in Manchester. We're very sorry, and things are now in place to prevent this sort of thing happening. Well, we have to keep it in the minds of people, the names of Charlene Downs and the names of Victoria Gola. And as I say, when we're shouting Victoria Gola and when we're shouting Charlene Downs, we're shouting the names of all the other children. But there's so many of them, we just can't name them. So when we shout Victoria Gola, we're shouting for all the children it's happened to in Manchester. When we shout Charlene Downs, we're shouting of all the children that happened in Blackpool, because it's still going on today. There's no way they give up. They're making a fortune out of these children. They're selling them. I believe that the Lancashire Police have still got a £100,000 reward if anyone can get these people arrested and convicted for Charlene Downs. They shouldn't need £100,000. And I'm sure if they needed a new identity, the police would give it. But we've got to keep getting on the streets and keeping the names of these children we've got to keep them out there. We've got to keep the names out there, letting people know that this is happening. Because as time goes on, they forget. I mean, I actually live in Manchester, and I never even knew this was all going on. I never even knew about the grooming gangs in Manchester. It's an absolute flaming disgrace. It really is. And we've got to just keep shouting their names when we go to these demos, and make sure the police do their job, and make sure the social workers do their job, and actually protect these children. In Manchester, for instance, they're allowing these groomers who are selling these young children to go to the children's homes, pretending that they're the boyfriends of these minors, and we're allowing them to go out to the children's homes and get in the cars of these grown men. Now it's out in Manchester. They're saying they've got things in place. The first thing they've got to get in place is make sure the people who are working in these children's homes and taking wages stop the minors going out and going into these men's cars, because these children have been getting these men's cars, and they're getting raped and getting sold and given drugs and given cigarettes and given alcohol, and it's got to stop. It's an absolute disgust. It's a shameful what's happening. So please, let's keep shouting the names of Victoria Gola from Manchester and Charlene Downs from Blackpool. We can't let their names just disappear. As I say, these people in 2003, 2004, they're only kids themselves. They're grown adults now, but they won't remember what happened. And we have to keep reminding them what's going on. I don't know if I've run out of time. If I've still got a bit of time, I want to say something else.
You've still got some time there, mate. So carry on running if you want to.
I can go a couple of moments. There's something else I just wanted to say. Yeah, let's keep the names of Charlene. By the way, there's a supporters page for Charlene Downs that have set up. It's called Charlene Downs New on Facebook. There's a 3-part documentary on there for Charlene Downs. There's also interviews with the parents on there. You get a lot of information off it. Find out more, about young Charlene. I mean, I've got a shirt made now, and I have Charlene Downs' face on it. She was about 13 years of age when that photograph was taken. So it was
we'll try and put
within
some links in the description at the end, mate, if that's helpful.
Yeah, fantastic. Within a year of this photograph taken, which would be is on my jumper, poor Charlene was dead. I believe she was 14 when she's dead. She was getting groomed before it. And I will say this, when it's a Muslim grooming gang, we must call them out. And when it's people of the church, we must call them out. And on my jumper, I have what's going on with Joseph and Bobby Blair. I scream, I'm a practicing Christian. I know I've got the cross on. We shout out when people are doing it in the church. And we do it when it's Muslim grooming gangs. We do not care what colour, what religion you are. If you're a Christian, a believer in Jesus, we call you out. If you're a Muslim, we call you out. We're not just picking on the Muslims. In Charlene Downs' case, I'm not sure whether it was Muslim grooming gangs or whether it was people of the church. But 100% we do know she was groomed. 100% Victoria Gola in Manchester was Muslim grooming gangs. And it's rife and it's proven. In Joseph and Bobby Blair's place, it was people of the church. And we scream about that. So please don't call us racist when we're shouting for Victoria Gola and other children in Telford where it's Muslim grooming gangs. Because we also shout it out and highlight that it's people of the church that also do this. We don't hide it. We don't care if you're black or if you're white, if you're Muslim, if you're Sikh, if you're Christian, if you're believers in Jesus, we call you out. If you're touching children, people who are in this justice for the children, don't care if you're Muslim or you're Christian, we will call you out. It's not just about the Muslim gang, although in Manchester, it's without doubt Muslim grooming gangs. and it's rife with Muslim grooming gangs in the whole of this country. But it's also in the Christian church. It's in the Church of England. It's in the Catholic Church. We don't care. We call you out. So yes, I will call Muslim grooming gangs, but I'll also call people of my own church, believers in Jesus, if they're touching children. And they are. Muslims are touching these children, and we're calling you out. Christians are touching children in this country, and we're calling you out. We're not just picking on Muslim grooming gangs. We're picking on people of the Christian church. We're picking on both. We're picking on anybody, black, white, that's not Muslim grooming gangs. That's the majority of people doing that were white, some even Christian, and we call them out, and we want them arrested. We don't just pick on Muslims, but we will call Muslims as same as we call Christians. And me as a practicing Christian are calling the Christians, the Christian church. It's in it. We've got the proof of that. Joseph and Bobby Blair, Christian church, people who believe in Jesus, proven in court in Joseph and Bobby Blair's place, and we call him out, and we want them arrested, and we want justice, not just for Joseph and Bobby Blair, but for the other hundreds of other children it happened to, where Joseph and Bobby Blair was. And Joseph and Bobby Blair, thank God they had the bravery and the courage to say this and be the voice of people that haven't got the confidence and don't want people to know that it happened to them. Well, Joseph and Bobby Blair, thank God, because they've convinced me it's in the church. As a practicing Christian, I'm convinced, and they've convinced me, and I've looked in it more and more, and it's in the Protestant church, the Catholic church as well. It's in the Baptist church, it's in everything, Jehovah's Witnesses. So we do call the Muslim faith. It's in it, but it's in the Christian faith as well. And I'm calling it out in that as well. And it's proven. It's proven it's in the Muslims, and it's proven it's in the Christians. And it's proven. It's fact. So we're not going, oh, you're racist because you're picking on it. We're defending children, trying to get it out there that this is happening in the children's homes. We're telling you it's happening with MPs. Geoffrey Dickens told us in the 80s, in the Houses of Parliament, he spoke out and said it's happening. We know that with Sir Clement Floyd, MP deceased. We know that with Sir Cyril Smith, MP deceased. Lord Jenner, Lord Britain, and all the others. There's loads of them. It's a fact. But we can't get them when they're alive. We can't get them. They're protected. Jimmy Savile, the new leader of the Labour Party. He was a CPS, one of the leaders. When they had Jimmy Savile, they had him. Sir Jimmy Savile. See how they all got titles? They had him. And he said there's not enough evidence. Then when Jimmy Savile snuffs it, what happens? There's 500 victims minimum. That's only minimum, that. It all comes out. What do you mean there was no evidence? This fella, and what? He's the leader of the Labour Party now, and he said, well, enough evidence. And guess what he's got? He's got a night, I don't know. And I was screaming about Lord Steele, that he knew before it actually came out at the House of Parliament, mate. Sorry.
Jimmy?
I was shouting it. I could have been arrested. And do you know what? It came out, and I looked at a police officer. I said, it's out. He's admitted it. I think he resigned from the Houses of Lord now. He's admitted it, that he knew. He let it go on for all these years.
Jimmy?
This is what we do. They hide it. We can't catch them because they're covered.
Jimmy.
Jimmy, I love you. I just wanted to give you a little heads up. I thought you might like to introduce the next speaker, because I know how passionate you are about the next speaker, because you show his book and push his book.
This man, he's got a book out, Meat Rat Boy. He'll probably tell you about it. Listen, this man, please listen to Michael Tarriger. Michael Tarriger's coming on now. He's a survivor. He's a truth teller. He's telling nothing but the truth. He puts it bland. He puts it straight. You read his book, it's just straight. Please get his book, Meat Rat Boy. He'll tell you about it. He's a truth. He's telling the truth, the old truth, and nothing but the truth. Wow. I'm passing on to Michael Tarriger. Amen. Are you there, Michael?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you, Michael. I'll
Loud and clear.
now.
Good afternoon to you.
That was a nice way to introduce me, I must say. My lord, if I had a cap on, I'd doff it to you, sir. So, am I on this thing now? This is all
Yes, you are, Michael. It's all you now.
oh right, I couldn't see myself. I must be not very photogenic, but there you go. Right, I've listened to all of this, and yeah, I'm quite, I don't know what's the word to use, but yeah, if any of you don't know me, I'm Mike Tarrager, and I don't know what I'm going to talk to you about, but I thought, should I talk about me? Because I quite like me. And yeah, yes, I think it is. That's what we're going to go for.
Everyone in the comments is asking to know about you, Michael, so it sounds like a good idea.
Why can't I see a picture of myself?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. You are up on picture on my screen and on the live.
We can see and hear you just fine, mate.
I can see you, but I can't see me.
Oh, it might be because you're on camera. If you look just above the big picture, you might see yourself. I'm not too sure.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
You're coming through great, though.
I look like a lamp, as we used to say. Just look as if I've come out the folks and I'm a bleeding trawler. Right, so don't give me your shit. I'm looking good. But I wrote a book only purely and simply because nobody would fucking well listen. I went to the police when I was 6 years old in me wire fronts and socks, a vest and fuck all else. Was told I was in need of discipline. I was in need of a dressing gown. I was fucking freezing. I went to the police on numerous occasions. In fact, I've got copies here at home of recordings, video recordings that the two police officers from the Barnet unit, I think that's where they had their 9 police officers or whatever it is in charge of historical sex abuse for the Met. And was told, no, it's not going to happen. There's nothing here, they're dead, nothing can be done. So I thought, and Lambeth, yeah, let's talk about Lambeth Council, who are an utter disgrace, who gave me 10 grand compensation and a letter signed by the chief executive apologising, and then told me I wasn't one of theirs, so it couldn't progress. So I thought, fuck this, let's write a book. And I wrote a book which was never ever published, called The Successful Failure, The Life of an Uncouth Lout, which I quite like because I was once called an uncouth lout, and I just printed it, and it cost me 10 grand in fucking compensation just about, and gave it away for donations to a local charity, which wasn't really a good bet because I could have just given them 10 grand because we only raised 600 quid, but it didn't change people's perceptions of me. Made me change my perception of people because I was worried, you know, who the bloody hell wants to admit knowing a bum boy, for fuck's sake? It doesn't equate. But they read my story and the feedback was tremendous, huge. And out of that was born Meat Rack Boy, which was more detailed as to what went wrong and the lunacy. Now, coronavirus is worldwide and has only been around for a year, but it's killed the best part of 1 million people. The abuse of the child abuse, the virus that it is far, far bigger and has been around far, far longer. And there is no antidote, be it sexual, physical, or mental. And the only way that this can be stopped or slowed right down is by breaking the silence and by talking about it. And I don't mean going and just saying into a camera on Facebook, I was sexually abused and no one listened, and then saying no more, because you're right, they don't listen. You have to keep on and on and on at them. And I found Meat Rack Boy, when we put it onto Facebook, I was totally astonished. It's gone around the world. People talk about it around the world. People talk about me from around the world. And I find it astonishing. And sometimes I think I'm pissed off with all this bollocks. And I wish I hadn't done it, because I'm not a brave person. Let's get that abundantly straight. I'm not a brave person. I am not a hero. I am not an inspiration. I wouldn't want anybody to aspire to my life. And I certainly am not a leader. I cannot possibly talk for other groups. I can't talk for the Quarriers. I can't talk for the Beach Home, the Beechwood, because I wasn't there. And if I wasn't there, how on earth can I talk about them? I only know about Shirley Oaks and the Hollies and Liscard Lodge and Stamford House because I was there. I can talk with authority about the prisons because I've been in the system, been in all the big ones. But I can't speak about people that I know nothing of or organizations. Now, a lot of people have sent me messages, bless them, going, I pray for you. Don't. You're wasting your time and your breath. I don't believe in God. Don't talk to God. I have no wish to talk to God. And I certainly don't talk to Satanism or Satanism. I don't prescribe to it. I don't think it exists. But, you know, I'm not really going to an argument about those who believe in it. I don't, and I respect you guys for believing it. I think those who believe in Satanism are crackers off their rocks. But, you know, if that's their theories into something, then who am I to stop them? You know, I'm just me. I believe in me. And I believe that my story has woken up a lot of people who now understand, and it's being spoken about. But if they put on the news 1/3 of the time that they've devoted to the coronavirus, the world would know completely. It wouldn't be a semi-underground thing, you know. And in my experience, child abuse is in the hands of the wealthy. The poor people don't abuse their children sexually. It doesn't happen, you know, or very, very rarely. But it's a kind of, it's something we're all ignorant about. I can talk of my abuse, but I can't speak of anyone else's abuse because I wasn't there, right? And people say, oh, you've helped me. I don't know how. I honestly don't now know how my book has helped them. If telling the story of being bought and sold as a child throughout your childhood and going to Borstal and jail and a lunatic asylum is a help, then, well, you've brought a smile to my face, that is for sure. And I just don't understand it. But it's nice to be acknowledged. I have to, you know, admit that. I'm a little bit of a narcissist in lots of ways. But I don't do PC. And I just go with the flow because the flow is what I want to go for. And this speaking for 20 minutes has totally got me scunnered, by the way. You know, it's...
I'm so sorry, but I thought you might enjoy the extra time. I mean, you can talk about anything you wish to talk about. It's just because we've got other people that are waiting to come in but aren't quite at their computers yet. They're trying to give everyone, you know, fairness. So I do apologise.
No, it's no problem. If people want to ask me questions, I'm quite happy with that. But
yeah, we're going to do that towards the end as well. So
I didn't want to come on and be controversial, right? Because it's the first time I've done this, and
well, one thing we pride ourselves on is being unique. I mean, a lot of the Children Matter team don't have the same opinions as the other, but we work together.
Yeah.
So
we all come from multiple causes, don't we, Katie?
Yeah, so it's a complete open platform. Wouldn't be worried about saying anything as long as you're not targeting individuals, or you know, then you've got free roam, really. Oh, and COVID and 5G free.
Yeah, just a blank canvas.
This G5 lark, right? It's a load of old bollocks. It really is, because if you think about it, right, they've used radio waves on ships' radars for years. Right, for years. It saves bouncing things about and hello, cat, and all that malarkey, right? And 5G, for the people who honestly think it's going to give them a fucking suntan in the back of the garden, they want their heads looking at. It's not sensible. It's the fastest way. We all moan about the slowness of the internet and the connections with your phone, and suddenly you get a system that comes out that's going to do it at a snap of a hat, and you're all shitting yourselves. Whatever's the matter with you? Fucking crazy, burning down the lampposts with the aerials on them. What are you going to do when you can't get a fucking connection? Hey? When you can't ring your little bird and go about your nails, right? Or do like a new suit, or is my arse looking big? Oh, that photo was last week, sorry, because it's all slow.
Over. 1 minute.
No. She was ready to use it anyway.
Guys, could you just mute your mics for a second? Because you've just sort of accidentally come in. I know you didn't mean to.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I just pressed mute on it dead quick because it was rustling in the background and didn't know if you had something to say. But we are going to get back to you guys. We've put you in someone else's slot who's not been able to show up.
Yeah, don't worry. We've got you covered. Sorry, did you want to finish what you're saying, Michael?
What have I got to say about that? That's like being on the London Palladium and having the fucking curtain pulled early. Good Lord. Last time I saw something like this, the act was on at the Opera House, and the old maitre d' came on and said, bingo cards being sold at the back. Whatever. This would not happen on Parkinson's.
I really like you, man. I hope you come back and do this again. Okay, so we have got Alan Merritt, who's been waiting very, very patiently for a while now. So, Alan, are you ready? Are you there, buddy? I know you've been waiting patiently. I've seen you waiting. I can see you talking, but your mic's muted, mate. Yeah, you're right. It's in the corner, and then just press it to unmute it. No, you're still muted.
Just want to say quickly before we move on, thank you, Michael, so much for joining us today and taking time out to come and join us. It's been an absolute honour.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I've got it.
There you go. There you go, Alan. Take it away, mate.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So, listening to everybody on today is fascinating. And it actually, what it does is that it brings everybody together, and it's like a glove. It's all fits together. There's no conclusion here. A lot of people, what they're saying the same thing and talking about the same stuff, and it's complementing each other. I mean, Katie is beyond her years, and how she comes across is quite mature for her age. We've had some brilliant speakers on today. Sharon, the Blairs, Michael, a character in himself. But what I'm going to talk about is that my lost childhood, being brought up in Beecham Children's Home. Beecham Children's Home was a very, very abusive, cruel, sadistic children's home in Banstead, Surrey. Now, I've got here now, which I've been waiting for years and years and years, all my records have just come through after me trying live videos. I've written to every politician, every MP, councillors from both parties, Labour, Tory, to try and get some help, to try and get an inquiry into what happened at Beecham, where a lot of people suffered horrendous child abuse, where they were beaten, sexually, physically, mentally, tortured, abused badly, affected them for the rest of their life. It doesn't go away. I don't care what anybody says to you. It just does not go away. I was in care. I was in abusive. My father beat me with a leather belt before I went to Beecham. So I was abused at a very young age, probably, I don't know, 4. I can't remember too much in the early ages, but so I went into care from the age of 2, and I'm just looking at some of the places I went to. I went to a place called the Woodlands Wishing Tree Road in St Leonard's on Sea, Hart Sleeping, Camberley. I was in Oakley Street. I was in Ellsfield House. I was in Beecham. These are all kids' homes before I actually went to Beecham, and I was in Beecham for 11 years. And Beecham, I can only talk about Beecham is because you was pushed from pillar to post. You was just like it's hard to explain. I mean, let me explain about my family, the merits. There's my 2 sisters, Marjorie and Anne. Marjorie's deceased, bless her. She died in 2002. Desperate to have children because she trying to have children and give something that she never had as a child. And she stayed on fertility treatment for too long and ended up giving her cancer. I've never spoken about Margie and what happened to her and her effects. My sister Anne will not speak about Beecham. She'd done an interview with Surrey Police and Operation Brockhurst about the abuse that went on. Frank was also beaten and abused sexually, physically and mentally. And what happened to us as children, we had no voice. We were pawns, basically, and we were just shoved along, pushed along. In my reports that I held up, it says, classes me as backward. But in Beecham, I was slapped round my head and called a retard. Many other kids were. It was a thing they used to do. You know, they used to use this red soap for scrubbing the floors called carbolic soap. And they wouldn't think twice about using it on children. They wouldn't think twice about slapping you and beating you in the bath and touching you in the bath inappropriately, bathing you and using a floor scrubbing brush on you in the bath. And those wounds, if they weren't bad enough with the heat from the bath, the carbolic soap used to burn your skin and used to really, really affect you.
Take your time, Alan. Don't worry, take your time. We got your back, don't forget that.
There's no rush, nothing. Just take your time.
And yeah, I was a very lost child. I didn't know. I just had to go with the flow. And you find it hard to talk about. It's a very difficult thing to talk about to people. It's like a window, you know. You're looking through a window and you're talking to other people, and people don't realise and haven't been in your position, so that they don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like, with your family. I mean, I don't know nothing about. I never had a child. I was in, as I've read out, so many children's homes, and I was in Beecham for a long, long period of time, and I didn't know anything more about being beaten, slapped, and abused. And I did actually go to Bensey Police Station and report it to the police, and they just took me back to Beecham, and I went before Jeffrey Banner, who was an abusive superintendent of Beecham, and he turned around and said to me, look, in the corner of the room, there's a cane. Little boys like you to tell lies, get the cane. And as Michael hit on, the place called Stanford House. You will be sent to Stanford House, or you will be sent to another institution, a mental institution or something, to shut you up, to keep you quiet. And it was so cruel what they used to do to you. Being touched up in the dormitories at night, and just being physically, being held in Larch by Ian McLaren, one of the abusers. He's still alive, and the police in Operation Brockhurst won't even interview him because they're saying all they could get is a charge of actual bodily harm because of time spent, and it had been so long ago. And this guy, he used to hold you in headlocks, and he used to beat you and torture you and lock you in little rooms and make you face the wall for hours. And then if you didn't eat your food, they'd make you eat it the next day. They saved it till the next day till you ate it. They used to do cruel things and horrible things to you. And the punishment was uncalled for. The beating of children, you can't explain. Ian McLaren used to beat you with his fists. He hit me so many times and punched me, physically punched me, knocked me into the dining room once from the hallway. With a punch, just lifted me off the feet and straight into the room, and I was badly winded and on all fours, howling in agony. This sustained physical beating. He used to grab hold of you in headlocks and rub up against the kitchen cupboards when you was forced to do the washing up after tea, and it'd come up behind you and do things like he'd sit on you and kneel on you, and he'd rub in his bollocks against your back and stuff like that. The things he used to do. See, now I could never prove any of this, and this is what the thing has been, trying to prove it, trying to be that person that speaks out about all this. And I went from I went through all of this. I went to Ash, where another abuser, Gordon Reed, wouldn't think. See, you've got so many hiding, so many slaps, so many pulls backwards, trips, kicks, slapped in shorts, and you can't explain it to people because people say that didn't happen. Surely that didn't happen to you, And I've told about the life that I lost. I mean, for my first 25 years, I was very, very lost. I didn't have a clue. I slept rough on the streets of London. I ended up committing silly crimes. I ended up in every prison in London, Wormwood Scrubs, Brixton, Wandsworth, when they had cold showers and you still weren't allowed radios. Changed today. And people turn around saying, I just did stupid things. I got drunk and I was silly, and I was sofa surfing and sleeping rough and just going from pillar to post, not knowing where I was, what I was doing. I didn't have a good education in Beecham. And it doesn't help. None of it helps. And it's all in the back of your mind. And even though I see a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist, there's nothing wrong with you. You've got a memory, and your memory will never let you forget. But to go through what I went through, and I think part of it is the fact that the police came to me from Surrey and said to me, I got a phone call out of the blue and they said to me, will you, someone's walked into a police station and said that they were abused as a child in Beecham. So they opened an operation called Operation Brookhurst. I'm in my 60s now. And they wanted to come and interview. And if it wasn't bad enough that what you endured and that you suffered and you went through as a child, and the fact that you were split up from your family, I never ever shared the same room again with my family again. I never stood in the same room as my brother and my two. Did you want to come in? You okay?
Yeah, you carry on, mate. You carry on, mate.
And I never shared the same room as my two sisters and my brother Frank ever again in life. I saw my sisters separately. I saw my brother separately. I was the more active in the family of trying to still be a family, but we never ever. I mean, in Beecham, they could have put us in the same house and kept us as a family, but they put my sister in Thistle, my other sister Anne in Maple, Margie in Thistle, Anne in Maple. Frank was, I don't know what house they put him into, Cedar or Kerrier. I know he ended up in Kerrier because Frank was very aggressive and a fighter. He fought all his life. And then I was put in Laburnum, Larch, Asham, Beach 4, 24 houses in Beach. I mean, it all named after trees. It was lined by beech trees, so Hinton called it Beach Home. And it was an old workhouse for the poor from the streets of Kensington and Chelsea. But the abuse that went on there, nobody ever talks about. No inquiries been. Once a politician to stand up in Parliament and turn around and have a pair of bollocks and turn around and say an inquiry should be called for into the extent of the abuse. Some of the abusers went from Beecham on to Shirley Oaks, and like Michael said, there was a readdress scheme where they got paid for what happened to them. Now, my argument is on all of this, I was put in harm's way. And it's happened to so many children. I didn't know that I was going to go to. I mean, a judge to say to me at 6 years of age in Marylebone Magistrates Court, would you like to go to the seaside, sonny boy? Looking at a young child, 6, 7. And I don't know. I've never been to the seaside in my life. And to be put in abusive care like that, I was running up and down the avenues. Where's the sea? Where's the sea? To be told me I was landlocked some 60 miles away from the sea. Brighton was the nearest seaside. And straight away I was going to be beaten and abused in Laburn, like I was. Very, very abusive house and very abusive people. Grace Robinson and Audrey Wilson, two very strict disciplinarians who battered you, beat you, touched you inappropriately. What can you do? What can you do as a child? You can't do nothing. There's nothing you can do. You have to go with the flow. You have to endure it. And it went on from there to Lot with McLaren battering me.
Deep breath, mate. Take your time. All the time in the world.
And what I shouldn't be doing this, I mean, Operation Brookhurst didn't help me because it's brought it all back. It's opened that can of worms and I've had to relive it. They came back and asked me if I'd do an interview. I did an interview. Then they said, can we record you in a recording studio? And it's like a living room where you have a settee. And I went to this recording studio in Sea Lane, Ingermills, and done an interview on camera. And I had to relive everything again. I had to show them how I curled into a little ball when I was being abused by Audrey Wilson into Laburnum, where I was being touched and I'd never wet the bed. And I pissed the bed because of what happened to me. And as punishment, they kept them plastic sheets on my bed forevermore. And until I left Laburnum, I never ever had them plastic sheets taken off of me. It was so abusive. You can't explain to people unless you've actually been there. And what you're getting now is the police are saying to me, my case is concluded. And they can't do anything about the two abusers that are still alive, although 3 are deceased. So I can't do it, but they open a can of worms. It's like picking at a septic wound. You pick, it's going to go septic. And it's brought it all back. And I had to relive it. When I met my wife, I used to have nightmares and jump up in the middle of the night fighting in the room because I could see the shadows of Audrey Wilson leaning over my bed in the Laburnum house, touching me up, and the trees from the the avenue, shining on the wall, and making a dancing pattern on the wall, on the ceilings, being broken by her big body mass, putting her hands in the body and touching you and kind of tickling you. I was so frightened, I curled into a little ball, and I did it in the police interview, and I curled into a little ball. I took myself back to that actual place, and yeah, it's very difficult to talk about. It's not easy for somebody to sit here and tell people, but people got to know. They've got to know what happened. Our politicians have got to stand up and be counted for. And this has gone on for so long. It's like 160 or 200 odd MPs are involved in sexual abuse and crimes. That's why it won't come out. It'll never come out because it's implicit. We could talk politics and we could talk a lot of things about Dolphin Square, the Elms Guest House, and lots of other things. They're all interlinked. Paedophile rings for Beach Home, Battersea Police Station knew all about it. They were probably involved in it. But it was cruel what they did. It was horrible what they did. And I've lived with it most of my life. I've had to make a life out of nothing. People say, yeah, you've done well, you've done this, you've done that, the other. But I don't forget. You still there?
We're still here, my friend.
Okay, so I'm going to wind up on that, and I don't really know what else to say. I'm sorry I lost it a little bit.
I've been watching the comments, and I shouldn't really be putting my nose in, but I just want to say I've been watching the comments, and the response to you is absolutely wonderfully positive, and everybody, including myself, and everybody here sees how brave you are, and are very grateful for you being brave enough to come and talk
65
about
and
it.
don't go away. 65 and it still hasn't gone away. So no matter what people say to him, what they say is traumatic. It is true. It is traumatic, and it will never leave your body, and it'll never leave your soul and mind for your entire life.
Alan, I don't want to interrupt, sorry. Are we all right moving on to the next speaker, just so we can try and keep it as
I do
time
want to say
friendly
a
as
big thank
possible?
you for Alan, though, because I appreciate that was
Massive,
quite
massive thank you.
traumatic. So
No problem
thank
at
you
all.
so much.
No problem at all.
And so we're going to move on. It says actually Glenn, Safa, and Zach, which I know the names are wrong because it's actually Glenn the daddy, and it's Zach the bollocks. So they've got that wrong, and also Glenn bacon sandwich Safa. They've missed out as well. So apologies for the mistakes in the name there. But Glenn and Zach, take it away, guys.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Just let everyone know Zach is busy at the moment and he can't come on, so he's left it to me. Zach just, because he didn't used to be on this late, he had other appointments to do. But first of all, I would like to say thank you for putting me on. I've heard loads and loads of stuff about the children. First of all, I'd like to thank Katie, a marvellous job what she's doing. Also Sharon, I've known Sharon for X amount of years, I won't say how long for. And I take most respect off you, Sharon and Katie, for going on the streets, talking about, highlighting stuff which we don't know enough about, honestly. And the likes of Alan Merritt, you know, Brian Clare, I've met them personally. I've only known Alan for getting on a year, doing the Melanie Shaw, you know, and Carol Woods thing. And I thought, wow, is this really what's happening? All I knew was about the Muslim gangs back in 2009. You know, this opened my eyes up to think, wow, I thought it was Muslims. And that's my opinion. I honestly believed when Tommy came out in 2009, this was about Muslims. Let's go back to Tommy, because you know I'm a Tommy supporter. You know, you love him or you hate him. You know, you can do whatever, you know, but he's highlighted this in 2009, not against just Muslims, about everyone else. You know, we went to Stoke, we've gone to Manchester, and it's only just found out now in Manchester what a cover-up it is. We knew it was a cover-up in 2011, 2012. We knew it was a cover-up. So when it came out in the papers last year, we already knew. You know, so I'm looking at the likes of the people on here are highlighting this, and it's made me aware. No respect. Jimmy the Hat. Look at the stuff what he does. We know he supports Tommy, but he also supports every single one what's going out there. Just going back where Tommy just started from. You know, everyone says he mentions Muslims. No, he doesn't. If you see the paladrama, you don't mind me playing a recording, do you, from Tommy?
No, go for it. If you go for it.
Right, this is where everyone says he only talks about Muslims, yeah? So I hope you can hear this, yeah? I'm just going a little bit on this, right? This comes from the Tommy Robertson.
They covered for Stuart Hall. Up to 100 children were raped and abused, many of them on the property of this organisation. Let me show you this statue. That is at the entrance to the BBC. That statue was sculpted by a man called Eric Gill. Eric Gill was a paedophile. He raped his own daughters. He had sex with animals. He had an incestuous relationship with his sister. When the Catholic Church become aware of this man's crimes, they removed and covered all sculptures made by him.
Right. So
okay, Glenn, I don't know about everybody. I didn't quite hear all of that. Could you just fill in a couple of the gaps just in case?
Yeah, well, what he's saying is that he's talking about when he went to the paladrama, talking about the Jimmy Savile case and all the other white, dirty paedophiles who hid it up. Tommy exposed it outside the BBC in Manchester. So where they say he's only talking about Muslims, no, he's not. And Tommy now is listening to this. You know, he is on YouTube and he is listening to you people. And he's always said he will back it. He will back this now. And every Tommy Robertson supporter or TR team, what we've been hearing today from the likes of Jimmy the Hat, Alan Merritt, the Blair brothers, honestly, they opened my eyes up. The Blair brothers opened my eyes up. When I first asked him, whoa, I see them at the Old Bailey and I've seen him round. And I've seen Sharon Binks when I went to Sunderland, you know, going back years ago. I'm talking about 2012 when we went to Blackpool and done Charlene Downs. I'd done 4 times in Blackpool on a demonstration supporting Charlene Downs. So people are thinking, no, Tommy's all he's worried about is Muslims. No, he's not. He's in it for paedophilia. He's brought up the Catholic churches like everyone else has. Going back to Danny Tomo. Danny Tomo goes to Telford, highlighted the social services. He's gone on now. He's now been charged on a pumped up charge to go back to court in May for highlighting what they're doing to our children. So there again, I will give everyone another date when he turns up, when he goes to court. We need people supporting him, not supporting because he's Dan Tomo, supporting that they can't be doing this because the likes of Dan Tomo going to court, it's the likes of Alan Merritt going to court, the likes of Katie going to court, like the Blair brothers, you know, everybody, Sharon Binks, they could pull you all down. So he's only just doing what he feels like is best because he's got children, you know, so. Like, you know, Michael Traga, take my hat off to you, my brother. Honestly, I've read your book. I've seen you on YouTube. And you've opened my eyes up. You've opened up the Tommy team's eyes up. The Tommy team's eyes up are opened up. We know it's not about Muslims. We know it's about everybody in the churches, like Jimmy the Hat said. It starts from Catholics, Protestants, doesn't matter. Christians, it doesn't matter. It's happening. I should know, I've been involved in boxing for 40 years. And I went round to these care homes to get these young lads and girls into boxing, to make them feel special, to get them out of this care home. So I know what they were going through. And I won't mention their names. But when they reached 18, 19, they had another achievement to go to. So down the lines is, all I'm saying to you is unbelievable what you're doing. Tommy's team are backing everybody on Children's Matters. And if you want anything us to do, we will do it. I've already told Katie, I've been on the phone to Katie 3 or 4 times. She's helped me out. I won't say why. The person I ring up, it could be Sharon, because I know through the experience, and Katie, and they give me advice. Because I don't know everything about this, what's going on with the children's grooming, and God knows what. I'm only learning, and I want to keep learning. Before I go, I'll just let everyone know about Tommy. Tommy's court case. For what happened? A paedophile, forget what colour or what race, touched his child's bum inside a swimming pool. It wasn't in a big swimming pool. It was in a tiny swimming pool where his 8-year-old daughter was. He goes there. The police come. The police arrest Tommy. Tommy highlights it. Why hasn't the bloke's phone been taken away? Why haven't you spoke to him? We'll speak to him later. Tommy's gets nicked under common assault. But hold on a minute. We've only just found out the last day they are bringing that bloke in for questioning. 8 weeks later, and they're bringing the bloke in for questioning. The reason why they're bringing him in for questioning, because it's been highlighted. And the people like yourself have said enough is enough. So forget about Tommy's name being Tommy. Just think it was your child inside a swimming pool with a paedophile touching your child's bum, who was not being accompanied by anyone. They've turned around and said he's got mental issues. If the poor bloke has got mental issues, why was he in a swimming pool on his own? Where was his carers? His carers were in the other swimming pool. So they can't throw that excuse on him. Now, what would you do along the lines of if somebody touched your daughter's bum? What would you do? Would you just manhandle him like Tommy did? Or would you drown him? Or would you punch him? You know, it goes on and it goes on. But my last bit I'm going to say is, I don't know if you all know, Tommy's got a new court date at Luton. It's on the 15th of May in Luton.
Okay, mate, I'll pass the message on. Don't you worry. Just get yourself up. It's going very well.
For common assault. So they say if they're going to throw out, which we know, it's been under isolation, but I can guarantee you the law state we're allowed out to exercise. We are going to Luton to do our exercise that day. But bring your mask with you, bring your gloves with you. If it goes 2 meters apart, we will stand 2 meters apart. But they
What was the date again, Glenn?
Sorry?
What was the date again?
The 15th of May at 10 o'clock.
That's my birthday. Okay.
You know, so if people want to go there, you know, forget about Tommy. Forget about his name. If you care about children being touched in swimming pools and a man gets arrested, right, and you support it, don't matter what side you come on, the left, the right, or whatever, you support Tommy's child or anyone's child. Please, I'm asking you. They cannot stop us going because we're allowed to go one in family, one person. All we're going to say is, that's my sister. That's my brother. That's my auntie. That's my uncle. So we're going in ones anyway. So all I'm going to say to that is, thank you for having me on. I can't say any more, is that we will support you. We won't stop supporting you, Alan. And also with Alan Merritt going on and Jimmy the Hat, talking about the one we had in April, which we couldn't do because of the isolations. I can guarantee you, Team Tommy, I was backing these care homes in Trafalgar Square. Once they go, we aren't going to stop. As soon as Alan gives me the okay, all right, and Jimmy gives me the okay, we will be there at Trafalgar Square backing the Children Matters, the Beach Home Warriors, and the Beach Home Survivors. Okay? And all I say from Tommy, he backs you every single bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Glenn. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate you know, what you brought to the table today, and I'm sure a lot of people will feel genuinely reassured by what you said. So thank you so much. And we're going to bring in our next speaker, who is going to be Sarah Ann. Are you ready to come in, Sarah Ann?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
I'll let you take it away.
Hey, yeah, so I got involved with all this because my son got took off me in 2014, and I did end up getting him back. It took me 4 years fighting the lies and the stuff that social services put against me. It was ridiculous. What I'm dealing with now is the aftermath of what actually happened to my son. So my son has complex mental health issues. He's 8. He has been abused. We're still going through one of the court cases, so there's stuff that I actually can't talk about. But we're looking at all 5 categories, literally. So he is so confused, so broken, so damaged. He doesn't sleep. In turn, I don't sleep. The stuff my child has told me has made my blood run cold. Literally cold. Social services were involved with us for 4 years. And 4 years I went to the police, 4 years I went to social services with evidence, pictures, videos. I was told I'm not allowed to photograph my child. I'm not allowed to do these things. That was wrong. There's no law to say that I can't photograph my child. What literally was happening in front of my eyes was a cover-up. And it's still going on to this day. Another thing I want to touch on at the minute, because of all this lockdown going on, is domestic violence. I'm a survivor. Since this all kicked off, my abuser has escalated on a scale of malicious intent. I've had to phone the police. He's tried to climb through my window. He is doing numerous things that has just got me all involved again with the police, and subsequently social services. He has maliciously reported me to social services. So I'm now going through the whole system all over again. I just want people to know, you do not give up. No matter what they tell you you're not. All this here future emotional abuse, future emotional neglect, it's a load of rubbish. It's crystal ball method, and it's absolute rubbish. And it's all going to be proven very, very soon that these people are bad, bad people. They don't care about the best interests of the child. They don't care about anything apart from picking your family apart and destroying you. And they nearly, very nearly destroyed me mentally. Very nearly. Because they came for my daughter as well. And in one of the meetings I was told, stop fighting for your son, you've got your daughter. I gave birth to 2 kids, not 1, 2. But I was told to stop fighting for him because he was secure. He was secure, but yet he was turning up with bruises and marks and telling me things that an 8-year-old wouldn't even know about. And I was told, no, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen like that. No, that just didn't happen. It's all lies. Your child's telling lies. My son, he's autistic. He doesn't lie. He doesn't understand the concept of telling a lie. So for them to try and pin it then on my son, it made me wake up further. Why are they now so interested that my son is one of the abused? Why are they so zoomed in on him now, when before it was all swept under the carpet? And I know exactly the reason why. Because when my son goes on to have kids, they're going to come a knocking, because he's one of the abused, and his kids are going to be at risk of future harm. And that's where I'm going to have to step in, because this is why this all needs to end now. People need to wake up. Social services are not your friends. They are not going to help you. Yes, maybe 2%. I had one good one, 1 out of 6. And she helped me. But the rest, no. They lied. They fabricated. They lied on oath. They committed perjury, which me, a civilian, I'd go to jail to do that. You know, we're not allowed to do that, but these people are. Some of them even think they have higher rights than the judges. So, yeah, I just want people to know, hold on to your kids and keep fighting. Fight, 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 fight. Don't back down. See if you think your solicitor's not working for you, sack them. I had 5 until I got the right legal team to help me, because all the rest of them were being paid. So they are. So the domestic violence thing, I just want people to be very, very aware at the minute. I put a wee thing on my Facebook. I don't wear lip liner. So I put on my Facebook, if any guards are in a situation that can't talk, if they sent me a message and asked me where I got my lip liner, then I would know that they need help. If they then turned around and asked me, can I buy them a lip liner, I will then contact the authorities to help them. Because all this here going on while we're in lockdown, I am just so grateful I'm not with my abuser. I really, really am. I am so, so grateful, because my life would have been hell, absolute hell. It's hell at the minute, and I'm not with him. So I just feel so, so sorry for those women, girls and men. Everybody goes through domestic violence, even kids, my own 2 included. They've seen and witnessed things they shouldn't have, and they're only babies, 5 and 8. So it's a well-known thing that goes on behind closed doors is domestic violence, and you're silenced. I live in Northern Ireland, and we've always been told, like, keep your mouth shut. Don't say nothing. Don't tell people your problems. Don't tell people what he's doing to you. That's wrong. The same as we're always told if social services are involved, it's like a shame and a guilt, because, oh my God, social services are involved with her, she must be a bad mum. That's not the case. 98% of us are actually good people and good families, and we've just been targeted, pure targeted, for money. Our kids are money. People don't understand this. Every time they put our kids on child protection, everything like that, that's money for the government. They get money too. They get bonuses for removing kids as well. So don't underestimate that. It's a money making scheme. It's a child trafficking scheme. And now I have a wee boy who no services will help in my country. He was referred by 3 different people, his own counsellor being one, who he had 52 sessions with, and they can no longer have him. His doctor was the other, and a social worker was the other, all for CAMS, which is a mental health unit, which my son needs because he's complex mental health. And nowhere. They all rejected him because of what has actually happened. If you dig deep and you look into what has happened to him, there's too much, and they don't want to touch it with a barge pole, because then they're going to be liable. And that's why whenever his social worker phoned me and was like, we're closing the case, I was like, no, you're not. I'm not letting you close the case, because you're liable. You've done this, and now you're going to wipe your hands off it. It's not happening. There's so much going on. People don't understand, and people don't know. Why do you think family courts are closed? There's a question. Why do you think that is? Because if the public knew what was going on, there would be a public outcry. Why do you think there's gagging orders? Because they don't want the truth tellers to speak out. Why is there all these whys around social services? Why do social services use the same lines with every single parent? All of us can't be drug users. All of us can't have emotional and mental health problems. All of us can't come from domestic violence relationships. So why? Well, honestly, people, just look after yourselves at the minute too. Keep that mental health up, positivity. Try to avoid social media. To be honest, there's a lot of fear mongering and everything going on there. Just avoid. And I will end up with saying I don't believe in vaccines myself. I have a vaccine injured child. So personally, I would ask you to research. Just research. Do your own research and find out what you think about it. So I think that's me done for the day. I'm going to finish up and pass it on. So anybody wants to leave me any questions, I'll be happy enough to answer. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And thanks so much for coming on and being so brave. And I think we're going to hand over now straight away to somebody I have a lot of respect for, and that is Kenton. Kenton, are you ready, my friend?
All good to go. Can you hear me, mate?
Yes, can hear you just fine. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Listen, guys, what a fantastic day. Well done, Katie. Well done, all the moderators working behind the scenes. Well done to all the speakers. Some people obviously in tears over the traumatic experience that they've had in their lives. I'm a British Army veteran, and I experienced quite a few, what would we say, campfire chit-chats whilst we've been marching with veterans, where we are quite well supported by a lot of groups. And some of the stories I thought, is it just kind of not adding up? It doesn't make a lot of sense. So I decided to go around to these events with these girls and guys that have suffered all types of abuse, not just having their children taken, but obviously personal abuse, social abuse, violence, and spent many a night, as some of those who will be watching at the moment know, on people's sofas, being kept awake all night. Some of you know who you are, whilst listening to stories that were harrowing. You know, people, some of the people I've spoken to, oops, my phone's just done a bit of a wobbler there. Some of the people that I've spoken to have got notes and they've read through the notes. So I just did more and more. I went more and more. I didn't really do research as, you know, going on YouTube and what have you. I went and spoke to the people who have been victims, whatever type of, what would you say, whatever kind of turmoil and torment that they'd been through, was to listen to what people were saying to me. And it was shocking. I think most of the people who are trying to tell their story today are struggling with it, because some of the stuff that I've heard is harrowing. And a few people have mentioned now it's all about the money. I'm afraid it is. You have to follow the money, and when you follow the money, you'll get to the real truth behind all these lies, the corruption. Follow the money and see what value these abuses have, what value stolen children have. There are councils currently paying people to grass on families to have their children taken away. We've seen the documented evidence. People are prepared to go to the council and grass up you if they don't like you as your neighbour or across the road. And they'll get money, financing from councils to grass people up. How can we be living in a world like this? So I kept going and I kept going, and I'm not going to stop going. People like Katie, Sharon, all of the good speakers we've had on today, people who've been on for the first time, Michael, I saw Alan Merritt getting very upset. These people need the support. They need the lies to stop. They need the money trail chased, and it needs to be stopped. It needs to be cut. And to be honest, there's only one way we're going to do this. There's fantastic unity here today, but there's only one way we're going to do it, and it isn't by the government that we currently have. There's only one way to stop it, and that is to stop the government. It's the only way we're going to do it, and we can only do that with unity, and we can only do that when we all stand together. And to see the amount of people today standing together, people are saying, oh, there's only 70 people watching. If there's 70 people watching throughout the day continuously, that's quite a few people who are interested. And people need to go and speak, go to these events, you know, listen to people, listen to what people say. The Blairs, I forgot to mention them, how could I? The story, when you sit down and have a couple of beers with them, they do like the beers, Joseph and Bobby, but sit down and have a beer with them, you know, sit down and have a cup of tea with Katie, with Angie, with Tinky, with Sharon, you know, get to speak to these people and understand exactly what's going on. And I'm only talking about a handful of people that I've seen. There are thousands of victims out there. There are 380 children reported missing every day in the UK. Now, a lot of them reappear, but we know they're disappearing. So my advice is to get to these rallies and support these girls and boys who take the time out. Jimmy the Hat, another one, spoke to him. Some of the stuff that's happening to him on social media alone, I just find it shocking that people aren't prepared to go and have a chat with a guy or pick up the phone and ask what's going on, but are quite happy to judge on social media without knowing these people. These people are victims. It's no different for us soldiers currently going through PTSD. It's the same with the homelessness. These people need support and they need help. They're not getting it from the government. So the more we get the message out, events like today are fantastic. Once the flu has passed, it's obviously another money-making exercise somehow. I don't know how they're going to make it. It'll be a tax, getting all the flu money back, because the government have saved us all from certain death, from the bogeyman. Once that's all over, please get out on the streets. Please support these people. There's plenty of local activity. You don't need to go down to London if you're up north. You don't have to travel large distances. You know, you can book coaches in advance, get lift shares. We do it. We do lift shares. You know, people chip in money and I'll drive my car around and parking. You know, we chip in and we get this. We just get people to events as much as we can. So my hope and my advice would be, get out there if you can get out there. If you can't get out there, make an effort. Just do something to make sure that these people are supported. The level of suffering and the devastation caused to families, not only in the veterans community currently, but also in the victims of all of this child care system. That's the councils and social services, of course, that are the culprits to it all, behind their corporate puppets. But yeah, just get out there, people. If you can, get out and support people. This is all that these girls and boys want. You know, nobody's asking it for money. No one's asking that you've got to do anything special. Just get out there and support. Just go out and listen to the messages. You know, some of the stuff that you experience when you speak to these people, it's harrowing. It is harrowing, and you cannot believe that we live in a society now where we're allowing it. We, the people, are allowing it to happen, and only a handful are standing up every time we go to these meetings. There's a couple of hundred at most. We need to get the people out there. We need to get the message broadened, and we need to make sure that these voices are heard, all of these voices. So please, if you can, get out there, get onto these groups. Get a childrenmatter.news is what Katie's set up. It's a great website. It gives you all the details of events that are happening. There's platforms like Wake Up UK, where a lot of the people who've spoken today are sharing that platform. It's a free speech platform where people can come on and you can join these conversations if people are talking about this abuse. So the platforms are there, and there's plenty of YouTube channels. The platforms are there, the ability to support is there. There isn't really a reason why people couldn't do it. Even as Glenn just said about the Tommy Do on the 15th of May, you know, we'll just do our 2 metre social distance, and if we get enough people there, the police aren't going to touch us anyway. So yeah, to wrap up, I don't know if I'm in or out of time. To wrap up, please keep.
I mean, you've
You're
still
good, mate. You can.
minutes.
Yeah, you can carry on for a little while if you want, because we've got a little bit of extra time.
Oh, I'll have to make something up now then. No,
We don't have that much time, Kenton.
No, just a couple of minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the message. The bottom line is, you know, Katie, Tom as well, you know, these people are out there doing stuff. You know, Glenn is, a lot of the speakers, they're out there doing stuff, and you might not think, oh, we don't like the Tommy group, or we don't like the Yellow Vests. It doesn't matter to me. I'll go and speak to the left. I'll go and speak to the victims. I'll go and speak to people who just want that change. And I think, I touched on this on a show last night. I think people don't want the government. That's the bottom line, is people don't want this government. And it doesn't matter really which side of the bird you're flying at the moment, left or right wing. It doesn't matter. People do not want the crap. And it's victims like this that we're talking about today. It's people who have suffered like today. They just don't want this government. And it's not about left or right anymore. It isn't, I'm afraid. It's about getting the people together to unite to stop this government. We're not going to get any other result unless we stop the government. The government are not going to help us. The councils aren't going to help us, neither are social services, neither are these care homes, the elderly homes, all of the other things that we could touch on where abuse and atrocities happen that we know about. So get out there, people, if you can, get out there, support these people, support these groups, make the numbers, go and listen. That's one of the most important things, I suppose. Go and listen to what these victims have to say. It's harrowing. It might just inspire you to get out there and carry on getting out there, because that's what I do. I carry on because of the harrowing stories that I've heard. And somehow, together, united, we have to stop it. We have to stop it. Not make it better. We have to stop it. So is that my 2 minutes up now?
Kenton, thank you. Judging by the comments, you have certainly resonated with a lot of people. So really do appreciate it, because I think the message you've been trying to get out has really resonated through the chat. So thanks very much, my friend, for taking part, and we'll speak again.
It's a pleasure, mate. As you know, supporting you guys is a pleasure. It's not a chore, mate. It's not an effort. It's a pleasure.
Brilliant. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's lovely comments. And moving on, just to keep up with the time, we have next up is Robert Thompson. Are you there, Robert?
There we go. Can you hear me?
We certainly can, mate. Take it away.
Okay, lovely. Yes. Thank you. I've been listening to a lot. I went out for some lunch and what have you and whatever, because I'd got up early today. But anyway, great to hear everyone. Great to hear everyone kind of moving towards, you know, we're tolerant of other people, aren't we, really? We're trying to, the fact that it's not Muslim, it's anywhere. It's in the families, this alienation, this darkness starts in any, you know, in any dark family, doesn't it, really? So, so that's what I'm working on. I'm science-based. Basically, I'm a forensic scientist, really. I'm an optometrist by trade. So frontline optometrist. So effectively, that's a diagnostician. So I can switch to quite simply to psychology, because I've been in that, in dealing with frontline people for 30, 35, 40 years, really, 35 years science. So that's quite good to be able to switch, and you learn a lot of law, and then you get into something when you're 50 and you find something, the world's totally different to what you think it is, which is kind of where we are, isn't it, really? We think the world's one thing, and then suddenly some terrible thing happens, like alienation, child capture. We lose our kids to the system, to the exes or whatever. You can't get them back. You can't get them back easily. And it destroys you. Well, and that gives you, basically, anyone with a heart, it gives a complex trauma. So that's a situational trauma, and that's all a mental health trauma, effectively. And of course, if you have it from childhood in the system, of course, that's complex trauma again, child abuse, child trauma. But it's distorting your mind when you're in these systems. When people are caught in these systems as children, it will distort their minds. And of course, then you can become, you know, the beautiful people we've got who've recovered from that and survived. Well, what can you say? It's just the main thing, what I found over 4 years is surviving to bear witness. Now, I've been arrested 3 times. I've been sent to prison. I was sent on a cognitive course for a fake IPV, lost my child, a powerful family of a judge, basically therapists, fake therapists, all the triad stuff you can imagine. There you go. So coming from back in the family. So it's dark stuff, isn't it? So that's almost like a second generation of what can happen. But how can we overcome that? How can we change that? Well, I think there's quite a lot we can do. So I've been sort of analysing, first of all, basically the system, as in the statistics, the amount of effectively IPV, the ratios, which is the quantitative stuff, if you like. Now that's difficult to get hold of. We all know how difficult that's to get hold of, because the national statistics, they can't get these figures. The police are not interested. Nobody's interested in finding the figures, the disappeared people. Nobody's interested, because it's all hushed up, and we know people are basically quietened down, threatened, they're traumatized. It takes them a year or two. They're imprisoned, what have you, trying to get their kids back. When you try to talk to people, everyone's in fear, I guess. Everyone's in fear, and they shut it down. Or they just assume that, you know, that there's guilt and always and stuff. But when people are accused, I mean, what is it? It's got to be proven, hasn't it? It's in a you know, there's got to be some sort of proof of reliable, authentic proof, not just guilt by accusations, which which can occur, and obviously two people speaking against one, well, you know, basically you're done for then, aren't you? So so looking into that, looking into this triad structures effectively, which effectively runs these systems, this antisocial personalities, psychopathy, they're very powerful people will form this orbit around them, and they take control of these systems. The systems are dark. They're spoil systems, as people have said. They're ratchet systems. So there's a one-way systems, aren't they? And the people who've been children there, as they say, that there's nothing they can do. They're powerless. So it's about bearing witness. It's about forming links and hubs, and then it's about how do we sell our story. So it's about sadly, it's about marketing strategies as well, really. And that means we've got to be inclusive. We've got to have no angles as well. So we know there's Muslims gangs, we know there's the whole, it's everywhere around. So I think what I would suggest is probably rather than just having an anti-Muslim placards, we just have everything. If you want to do everything, we can do everything. Placards, have everything, and then it's like it's everywhere. It's triads and stuff like that. So, and it's comes from the parents, the grandparents. It's coming down the system, repeat trauma, and it's because it's covered up. That's why it transmits, because until people talk about it and it's taboo, whilst it's taboo, it doesn't exist in our consciousness. And that's why when it happens to us, when these problems happen, we're bewildered. Nobody's talked about it, and you look for support and it's not there, is it? So it's opening up and taking it away from the gender issue, taking it away from the race issue, tribal issues, and just say it's these systems are doing it because they're making so much money out of it. So we can basically these corrupt law firms, the fact that there's not actually separation between family law and criminal law because they want to draw people into buying your children back, you know, if you can, without any guarantees. So it's just disgusting, isn't it? So yeah, I've been working on the science and sort of the power and control sciences and the herd mentality sciences, because obviously when you go through probation and you've got all the proofs that you're innocent, but someone's written a story, 2 or 3 stories about you, it's impossible. Basically, they're just there to destroy you, basically. So so after a couple of years, 2.5 years, I got a police apology, which was an IOPC apology, but they won't do anything as such. And then they arrested me. They arrested me again because I still had a restraining order. So it just shows you how difficult it is for anyone to get the child back. And you know, you feel at risk, don't you? Without, you know, we haven't got a lot of support. You know, this is the great thing. We can start to come together from all walks of life, and then start to work, because I'm in quite a few different groups now, and we're going to work to basically just bring as much science and professional side that I can bring to everyone, really, and just say, look, we can meet there as Kenyon said. Kenyon, he said it's not left or right. No, we know that. No, it's not left and right. It's both. It's everywhere, and in the middle as well. And these corrupt MPs, all covering up. Most of them, a lot of them are dealing with getting backhanders. I mean, a lot of them are lawyers as well, and they're all part of the system, unless they've been personally affected or they're very, you know, they are the humane ones. So it's not going to be an issue until we make it an issue. So so that means finishing this bit of science, really, which is kind of done, really, because I'm just doing I'm close to finishing the sort of the strategic side, and then it's passing that over around to people and just say, well, that gives us the basis to move forwards you know, and bring all our disparate groups a bit more together. And because basically we want freedom for everyone, don't we? We want freedom for good people, and then you know, we want awareness. And because once we expose it, we can get these sort of anti-alienation lot. And once you're in the system, we just got to have special teams that just finding the truth, aren't we? Because it's just a one-way system to hell, basically, isn't it? So, right, I think I'll probably say about as much as I can say for one day. But yeah, so I've been building the office, as you can see, yeah, and kind of getting some of the ideas together there. So, yeah. Any questions?
We'll come to questions at the end. But is there anything else you want to say before we move on?
No, not really. I just been. I don't want to talk about my case particularly anyway. So, but any further. But yeah, I think we're going to take. Basically, I would say that the rest of this, you know, this next period is trying to coalesce groups. There's plenty of groups, also things like Howard League and things, faith groups. They're all good people in these groups, and we shouldn't say not. We know that it's hierarchies. So those hierarchies are established, and we should use the good people. Yeah.
Okay, so just remember that people have been writing questions down from the chat as we've been going along, so there may actually be some for you to answer if you've got the time and space to stick around.
I have, yeah.
I'll brilliant.
Both phone recharged, but yes, I will do. And because I've been taking some ideas from other people as well. But yeah, what I'm going to do is hopefully work with Katie and the teams to try and get some of this science and ideas. I've obviously you've got to sort of filter it through, and then you know, I can just say, because people have asked questions about things, and I talk to people, and I found that just take me a long time to find the right people, really, the right clinical psychologists.
Absolutely.
It's very difficult, but it's very simple stuff once you get the right people. Yeah, get to the top.
Well, we really appreciate your contribution today. Thank you so much.
I'll hold on, and I'll be speaking later in a little bit. Yeah, we'll join the group. Yeah. Cheers for now.
And
yeah.
Thank you very much. And earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, we lost Bobby and Joseph, which was a travesty by anybody's sense of right and wrong. So thankfully, we've got them back. Bobby and Joseph Blair are back in the house.
All right. Hi, everyone. All right, Bob. All right, Joe.
Well, you've got the floor, guys, to catch up where you left up on.
What I was going to say, yeah, we will. What I was going to say is that we're out there for innocent children, to protect innocent children. Yeah. That's what me and Bob, we fight for, right? We fight for the rape and abuse of children. It's not a very nice subject to talk about. It's not a very nice road to have to go down and relive. But every time me and Bobby do it, of course, we relive in our memories, we relive in everything. But it's to get, as much as it hurts, it's to get the message out there, basically the public, that this is going on. Yeah, anybody can go and research me and Bobby's case. We can go Michael Tarriker's case, lots of other cases. And they can see that we're telling the truth. We're the ones that's in the court. We're the ones that won our cases. We're the ones that's telling the truth. So, like I said, it's about getting the awareness out there of what's happening to innocent children
that haven't done nothing wrong to nobody, and don't deserve to go through the pain and the suffering that me and Bobby had to go through, and other victims in their lives. Do you want to say something, Bobby?
Well, like you just said, Joe, it's the demos that we have. I mean, a lot of people have hit on that here today. These demos are.
Bob,
what?
Want to say something?
Can't you hear me, Joe?
We can hear you on our
fine,
guys.
It's just lagging a bit on Joe's end. We are still getting audio coming through. It's just lagging a couple of seconds behind, but we can hear you, Bobby.
No problem, Kitty.
Can't tell me, I'll carry on.
But like I said, Joe, we need more and more demos to waken people up, because a lot of the demos that we're going to, it's like I said, and I keep saying it, there should be millions of us on the streets, because this is about children. We went through it, and we don't want any other child to suffer or go through what we went through. And all of us that do the demos regularly know that when you get the demo, you're hoping that it's going to be big and this, that, and the other. And we appreciate every single person that turns up to one of our demos, but we need more and more boots on the ground, so to speak, here, because the bigger these demos are, the more and more people that's going to start listening. This needs to be done, because, like I said, this is children we're talking about here, and when you're talking about children, there should be there should be millions of people on the streets here supporting people like us. When we're on about the abuse and neglect of children, and I'm not on about me and Joe in 1977. I'm on about it happened to us in 77, and here we are in 2020, and it's still happening now today in care homes. People should be outraged about this. Do you know what I mean? Total outrage. There should be hundreds and grannies, grandas, uncles, brothers, sisters, nephews, nieces. Everybody should be on them streets. You all right, Joe? Can't hear you, Joe.
Joe, if you're there, give us a sound test. Count to 5 or something. Getting some mic noise, but we're not getting your voice, my friend.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. You're perfect.
It sounds like it's an issue with the signal, probably Wi-Fi.
Probably Joe's
Yeah,
end,
there was a lot of lag that end, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot of lag that end. It may be
We did still catch everything he said the first time, and when you've come on the second time, we have still caught everything. It just seems the lag seems to have picked up quite a bit. I'm trying to keep ahead of it a bit, but it's catching the best of me, so I do apologise. But Joe's camera seems to be on now, so Joe, do you want to see if your audio started? If we've managed to fix it?
Give it a go.
You hear me, Katie?
Yeah, I can hear you now,
You
Joe.
hear us?
There you go, you're back.
Like Bobby was just saying, yeah. Me and Bobby could so easily walk away from a one case because we won our case. We can't do that because of the fact that we know that the rape and abuse of children is so massive all over the world, not just in this country, Northern Ireland, all over the world. And it's being done on a massive scale that where you have the pedophiles doing what they want to do, yeah, and they do it, yeah. They've wrecked hundreds, millions of lives. And, you know, we're very passionate about what we fight for.
we know what it's like to be silenced as children. Yeah, we know what it's like to have to grow up silenced. When we took our case on, yeah, we decided not to be silenced. We decided that we would be the voice of the children that haven't got to the stage in their life where they've got that voice. Because we went through exactly the same. Just like Mike Carragher did. Like all the abuse victims did. Yeah. We are the children's voice of up and now, if you know what I mean. Yeah. And that's why me and Bobby continue the campaign the way that we do. Yeah. Child abuse should never exist in this earth, as far as I'm concerned, because of the damage and what it does to you as a child. Yeah. We've got all of children like Michael Tarriger. Yeah. He's got a wicked sense of humour that people could look at and go, "What's what?" Well, we've got the same. A lot of children out there that have been raped and abused have the same sense of humour. Me and Bobby were raped by the Catholic Church. Whenever I feel down and I feel vulnerable and I feel like shite, basically, sorry for saying the word, yeah, I turn round to myself and go, fuck me, I wish there was a priest down here now, yeah. To vent me anger, to vent my frustration, everything out on, yeah. But that's how victims deal with it. They turn a negativeness into a positiveness. Not that you would do it, but that's how we cope. And like I said, right, I am the children's voices, right, that can't have a voice. Me and Bobby both do that. When I stand on a stage, and Bobby stands on a stage, or any platform, yeah, we're talking about all the innocent children that have never done nothing wrong to nobody. We're their voice. We're there to let them know that they're not alone. Yeah, that's what me and Bobby's about. Carry on, Bob.
But it's like I said, when all this is over and done with.
Can you hear me, Bob?
Yeah, I can hear you, Joe. It's lagging still, but I can hear you. When we get all this lock-up business sorted and done and dusted and whatnot, I want to see some of the biggest demonstrations this country's ever seen on the streets. Because to me, I think this is the only way that we're going to be able to let the public know. And the media won't cover it. Do you know what I mean? But how are the media going to cover up millions of people on the streets? These demos really, really do need to be getting bigger. I mean, whether they get bigger or not, I hope they do. We'll still continue doing what we do. But we really do need boots and feet on the ground here as far as it comes to, because like I said, we're talking about I don't care what all the other issues are, or politics or anything like that. We're talking about our children being abused here in England, and you couldn't get a bigger issue. You couldn't get a bigger, what the hell? So there should be. They should be screaming from the rooftops from all over the place. Are we as parents just going to sit back and watch the next generation go through what we went through because we're not doing anything? It's like I said, it's it's a huge, huge problem in this country.
Can we stop winding up over the next couple of minutes, guys?
Yeah, will do.
No rush, no rush.
No, that's no problem. But like I said, if you look, it's like I said, and I keep pointing it out, you've got loads of demonstrations going on in London, but when it comes to specifically to try and protect and get this country sorted out so abuse stops in this country and deal with it properly, we need masses and masses on the streets. And I'm sure everybody that's on here would agree with that. These demos really, and I keep saying it and saying it, demos really, really need to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Right, I'm going to wrap up now, folks. But thank you to everybody and let's Glenn, Tommy, Jane, Joe, Michael, everybody that's been on here, Alan. Thank you everybody for coming on today and doing this. And like I said, it's a nice platform, and we'll keep doing it until I'm waking a few more people up. I just want to say, like again, thank you to everybody that's contributed today to this, and bigger and stronger we'll get.
Joseph and
All
Bobby,
right, then.
you are always an inspiration. Thank you so much for coming on. We really do appreciate it.
No problem.
And
No problem
take
at
care for next time. And
you, buddy.
Quickly, I think Joe wants to say bye quickly. Sorry.
Okay, sure.
My God. If anybody can say, mate, thank you, keep supporting us and let's get bigger. That's what it's all about.
100%.
Not even all.
All right, then.
Once again, thank you so much, guys. Really do appreciate it. And in the interest of time, we'll keep moving on. So we've got Ash coming up next. Ash, are you ready?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, I've got my mic plugged in. I'm guessing you can hear me. Any issues, give me a message.
Yeah, you sound just fine,
yeah,
mate.
so I'm going to be speaking about grooming and paedophilia today. Obviously, at the moment, we've got the issue of COVID-19 and tens of thousands of deaths of that. In 2019, there was 19,000 victims of grooming, 19,000 victims of grooming. Now, we've got the constant media outrage and scaremongering of COVID-19 at the moment. Where is the outrage of the grooming of children? 2019, there was 19,000 children groomed, raped, and obviously we've seen cases where children have been murdered. Where is the outrage of this? There's nothing more important than the children in our country. And to be on this platform today with you guys is a pleasure. And I think it's right that we all come together now and stand on these issues. United we stand, divided we fall. It doesn't matter what movement you're from, whether it's the Tommy movement, whether it's the Reality Report, the left, the right, whether you're white, black, Asian, purple. We should all be coming together now, fighting on this issue. Why isn't the media speaking about this on a daily basis, of the grooming, of the rape and the paedophilia of our country, of these children in our country? 2019, there was 19,000 children groomed, predominantly by Asian, Pakistani men. Now, where I'm from, Telford, it's a real dark issue here. It is the biggest, it's the child sex capital of the UK. I believe now over 1,500 children have been groomed and raped in this town, and I won't stop shouting and screaming and doing these speeches, going to demos till something is done about this issue. It's not happened to me. It's not something that's personal or close to me, but it's my town, so I will stand and fight for this. Rochdale, there's thousands of children have been groomed and raped. And then we look at Rotherham, over 1,500 children, Newcastle, Huddersfield, thousands of children in every city and many towns of the UK. And where is the outrage on this issue? It's disgusting. Why are we being told to be silent of the grooming and the rape of children? yet we're getting this bullshit from the media every day about COVID-19 from China, the Chinese virus. But where is nothing being done to fix that issue? Where is the outrage of the grooming and the rape of children? I run pages online, and we've got grooming gangs awareness, multiple. We've got one for Telford and Shropshire. We've got one for West Yorkshire, South Yorkshire, Blackpool and Lancashire page. We've got a few, and we do get a few messages, and we do hear a lot of stories, and it's awful. It's tragic. What is going on and what is allowed to go on, how the social services in Telford, you have the Thrive Sexual Health Clinic. When this first came about in Telford and it was being put out there, hundreds of girls were going to this Thrive Sexual Health Clinic. The social services were aware to this and nothing was being done about it. Now, there's still cases of this going now. Hundreds of children are still being groomed and raped in Telford, and social services are aware to this, yet they get a rating of outstanding by Ofsted. How can someone that is allowing the mass rape of children in a small town of Telford, how can they be rated outstanding? It's disgusting. Rotherham Social Services, they was rated outstanding before it all came about in the media in their town. It's the same in many towns, in many cities, where these scumbags, as the authorities, are rated outstanding. Telford, they're getting a pay rise. The chiefs are getting a pay rise of like 10 grand each, for 10% each for what? Allowing the abuse and the rape and murder of children in this town. And these scumbags are allowed to get away with this. Now, I would have had a demo on the 25th of April, and that was planned to go ahead, but obviously we cancelled this to COVID-19. But it's important that we carry on with these now, and this is why we're doing this today, because we can't do these demos on the streets, but we can do them online. And it's amazing that everyone can come together and that we have these platforms to speak out and raise awareness to all these issues. It's not just grooming, it's forced adoption. Now, Katie's team is amazing on this, raising awareness to this issue, and it's awful what's happened to her and all of these mothers and fathers that have been on this streaming platform today. It's going on in Telford as well, I know that. I have women that have meetings quite regularly with parents in Telford and offering advice. Up to now, I think there's been 2 children through their advice and the help of these women. They've helped save going into the being taken away by these scumbags, because that's what they are. And I will do everything I can to expose Telford social services for what they are and what they've allowed to go on with the grooming, with the rape and the forced adoption of Telford. Now, I plan to do that last month and this month and be interviewing people, but right now it's quite hard because I'm going to be getting out there into the community, meeting these people, interviewing survivors, parents, ex-social services, the lot that have contacted me, and expose these scumbags, these pond life in the authority that's allowing this to go on. And what's amazing today is we've got people on here from up and down the country. Obviously, I'm Telford, we've got Manchester, Joseph and Bobby Blair, they're just down the road in the West Midlands as well from me. We've got people up and down from Scotland to, I believe, to the south, all speaking here today, raising awareness to these issues. But if we've got people in all these communities, imagine the link that we could have if we all work together online on these platforms. When someone contacts us asking for help or raising awareness to an issue, then we can reach out to each other and say, I've got a victim, I've got a case in Manchester, or vice versa, Telford, Birmingham, wherever. If we can work together and make our own network, be the police of the children, and stand together on these issues, and when someone comes forward, we've got people all around the country, all around the UK now. So when someone comes forward now, we should be able to help them as a team, as a family, and as a network. Doesn't matter if it's in the south, Southampton or if it's Scotland, we should have enough people here now fighting these issues. If someone comes forward, that we can reach out to our friend in the north, our friend in the south, the east and the west, to say, I've got a case here, I've got a child that's being groomed, or I've got a mother that's going to have a child taken, you know, issues like that. It's important that we all come together and fight on these issues. But I believe my time's up now, so thank you for allowing me to come on and keep up the amazing work, people. It's important we all come together now and unite. Thank you. Cheers, Tom. Cheers, Katie.
Thanks so much for your time, mate. Really, really appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on. And we'll go straight to our next guest. But again, a big thank you. That's going to be Big John. Big John, are you ready?
Yes, Tom. Thank you, man.
Hand it over.
First of all, I just want to say, during the last few years, I've met some really nice people and that, and I was honoured to have met Linda Phillips, who sadly passed away this week. Linda has been fighting for justice for her son and many other kids and survivors for nearly 30 years, which is a lot more than me and many others of us in the chat have ever been fighting. She outlived a doctor, what a doctor said she'd lived to. She outlived that and still carried on fighting. Just a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, that we seen Linda at the last demo in Rochdale. So our deepest condolences out to Linda's family, Billy and all the team down at PAG UK. Linda will be sadly missed. Simple as. I knew Linda. I met Linda several times, and I knew the team down there as well. So big respect, Linda. Honestly, you won't be forgotten, and we'll make some boards up with your name on. Again, nearly 30 years this one woman has been fighting for justice for her son being abused, and other people and survivors and that. Leading up to starting up and founding PAG UK in Rochdale, a really good group. I spent time talking to members of that group, issues and stuff like that. I'll tell you more about that later on in the week, but Linda, respect, honestly, we won't forget you. You get a lot of support here, and we love you. We love you. When was it that, like, we forgot our children? When was it we left them to be indoctrinated by the media and to be indoctrinated in schools by the left? When did we do that? When did we leave them? You know what I mean? Why are we on here now? Why are we fighting? Why do we march? Why are we doing actions? Because children matter, that's why. Children matter. That's why we do these things. That's why we sacrifice our time, our money, our efforts, because children matter. Really, children do matter. When was it we held accountable our services, the police, the councils, the authorities, the people who were supposed to look after us? When did we not hold all them accountable? They never are accountable. Why we do it is because children matter. That's why. That's why we're here. That's why we've all spoke today, because children matter, and they really do. Why do we care about our kids being abused? Because children matter. That's why. We just don't hold enough together, and we should come more together to protect our children. I'm always going to be out there, and I'm guessing many others are going to be out there. Why? Because our children matter, that's why. What do we do? What shall we do? Yes, of course we should shout and scream. Of course we should write off to our MPs and our local councillors. Of course we should vote and get people in who care about us into our communities. Why? It's because children matter, that's why. It's been a marathon day today. Thank you to everyone who's come on. Alan Murray, big respect, man. Honestly, big respect. Every time you talk, there's tears in my eyes. We do it because children matter. That's why. That's why we do it. That's why we're here. That's why we make our sacrifices. That's why we face threats of abuse and arrest off our authorities, because children matter. That's why. Why are we here today? We're all here today on the same platform because children matter. That's why. I hope that people are listening, people wake up, people do the right thing and get the message out. We do it all because children matter. That's why. Children matter a lot. They matter to me, they matter to you, they matter to everyone in the chat and everything. I'm just glad that I've met so many people, and I'm just glad that the message is still going to go out. Of course, we're on lockdown. We'll get over that. But when the lockdown's finished, we're going to be asking for answers. You know what I mean? We're going to be asking for answers. We're asking for answers because our children matter. That's why. That's why we're asking. And that's why we're fighting. Again, last couple of minutes, absolutely big, massive respect to Linda Phillips, passed away earlier on this week. Nearly 30 years fighting the cause. Again, a lot longer than me, a lot longer than many others on the chat. Let's not forget Linda. I'll talk about PAG UK later on in my shows this week. Great organisation. I can tell you a lot about that organisation myself, and I've always supported them. But Linda, big up Linda, you won't be forgotten, honestly. And the next time we're shouting, we'll be shouting with you in our hearts. We will, Linda. We really will. We really will. Right, thank you. Big up and respect. Who's next on?
Thank you, John. Thank you so much.
No
really
problem,
appreciate
man.
your effort today, man. And we are on to our last couple of speakers, which will be Zach, and then straight into Katie, and then question time. So Zach, are you with us, my friend?
I am, yes.
I'll let you take it away.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm lost my train of thought today.
No worries, just relax, enjoy.
I got some news this morning. I've been trying to find out a bit more about it, but one of my friends has been stabbed in the neck this morning in a racially motivated attack, and he's currently in hospital. So that's just completely thrown me train of thought off. So I had a lot to talk about, but at this point I'm struggling to find any sort of words.
Well, at the end of the day, that's one of the causes that we face as well. So if you want to use this as some time to rant a bit, get it off your chest, and vent a bit of that, of what's been going on and this happening.
If you want to just talk about what's current in your mind, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine also. Whatever you're comfortable with, man.
Well, I've woken up to a lot since I've went to my first demo. Was Jimmy the Hat speaking about Melanie Shaw. That was the first time I'd ever heard about Melanie Shaw or anything to do with the corruption. And then I decided to do my own research into it, and the more digging I do, the more, well, what people call conspiracy theories, the more things I find which stick out like a sore thumb now, which I would have turned a blind eye to beforehand. But there's been a lot of racially motivated attacks in the area I live as of late. There was someone who went into a supermarket with a machete and started swiping at customers.
Zach, I don't normally interrupt other people's things, but can I just ask what area it is, and I'll get straight back out again?
That's Preston. And then someone had gone in swiping at customers. A customer had tackled him to the ground, and then the police. Everyone's boycotting the police for using excessive force, apparently, because they hit him in the back while he was on the floor. But I mean, he's just jeopardised so many people's lives, and yet people are still trying to nitpick, saying it was excessive force, just in case people get offended, saying that it was like the coppers were being racist towards him because he was a Muslim man. But that's one of 5 racially motivated attacks that I know about. Not once have I seen anything like that covered in the news around here. None of the local papers have had it in. And then this morning, it was a bloke walking the streets with a knife, swiping at people, but he was only targeting white males. Any females he was leaving, any people of any colour he was leaving, but it was just the white males he was attacking. And unfortunately, my mate ended up getting stabbed in the back of his neck. He's in.
Just breathe, Zach. Take your time, and there's no rush. Okay. Just take your time, and if you don't feel comfortable saying it, then don't. No
He's in
pressure.
an ICU unit at the minute. No one's allowed to go and see him because of this coronavirus. There's no way, none of his family are able to see him. We're just getting drip fed back from what his family's been told and what people have witnessed. But I can almost guarantee you there'll be nothing in the news about it, because every single racially motivated attack around near me, everyone I know about and I've heard about, not once has it been in the local papers or on the news or anything. But yeah, I'm in a state of rage at the minute with what's going on, and nothing's being done about it. The bloke that attacked him, he's been allegedly caught and arrested. There's no facts or anything, it's just what word of mouth at the minute. But yeah, apparently he was caught and arrested, and from what he was screaming and shouting while he was being arrested, it was all because he was, I don't know how to say this without sounding like it's a racial slur, but he wasn't right, was what he was shouting, because he was walking the streets. Granted, he was smoking a joint and whatnot, and apparently that was wrong to do in the first place. That, what people are trying to say, that because he was having a joint in the street, he deserved it and whatnot. But yeah, everyone seems to be boycotting him at the minute, saying it's because he's a drug user, because he was smoking weed, and he deserves everything he got because he's not a decent member of society if he takes drugs. There's all sorts going around on social media at the minute about it, and I'm just trying to find as much information as I can out at the minute, because I don't want
We'll
to.
be prepared to cover it, Zach.
What was that? Sorry, Tom?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We will be prepared to cover this, Zach. We're not going to.
No, stay on. Stay on.
Stay on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to let this go quietly, Zach. And as much information you get, the better. I'll put it out on Zero News. I'll put it out every single place I can get my hands on. We're not going to let it lie.
I want to find as much as I can about it anyway, because it's frustrating me that it's in my hometown and nothing's being done. It's not even being reported on. No one's even getting told about it over there.
Crazy. It's crazy. Do you mind me asking what ethnic minority he is?
My friend.
Yeah.
He's a white male. It was a Muslim man that attacked him.
So a Muslim man attacked him, and it's okay because he smoked a bit of weed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what.
I do want to interject quickly here. I do have to point out that if there's one person who defends everyone and does put it down to people's individual personality, it is Zach. I'm back out, sorry.
I don't discriminate. at all. I'll look into facts before making any assumptions. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I'm not saying any of this is 100% fact. It's what I've heard through the grapevine.
So
Obviously,
you're
there'll
being
be
measured,
some
aren't you?
exaggerated truth somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a big shock to the system this morning. But yeah, other than that, I don't even know what I'm gonna say anymore. My head's just gone. Oh.
You've got it. Don't worry. You're not alone in this. Don't forget.
I'm just extremely frustrated that nothing's being done. And I mean, the bloke who went into a supermarket with a machete, he's on bail. I don't know how, but he's back on the streets. He's got a little tag and everything, but he's still walking around the area. It only happened, what, a week ago? And yeah, he's walking the streets still after he just walked into a supermarket with a machete. I don't understand how that could possibly, in anyone's mind, seem like an adequate fucking sentence or anything for him to be back on the streets. He should at least that Alavai Dowie was kept under investigation. He was kept in there for nearing 6 months, and yeah, they've got physical evidence against this bloke who went in with a machete, and he's out on bail. And Alavai was proven innocent. So how can they hold someone who is innocent for 6 months, but yet let him walk the streets again, not even a week after it's all been said and done? Well, I suppose it's just the corrupt society we live in these days. But that's pretty much all I've got to say at the minute, because I'm fighting with my emotions at the minute. So I'm gonna pass it back over to Katie and Zero to open it up for questions.
You've done fantastic, Zach. You've done absolutely fantastic, and especially with the pressure you're under. So don't put yourself down or anything. You've done brilliantly, and thanks for raising your friend's story, because this is exactly what we're here for, isn't it? To cover these things. So well done, mate. And I think we're going straight to Katie now, who will have a few things to say, and then we're going to go to questions. Is that right, Katie?
Yeah, I'm not coming on for myself for this one.
Okay.
It's just a couple of things that I wanted to cover. There were a couple of people who were meant to be coming on today but can't because of your family reasons and whatnot. We were looking at having a couple of speakers on that we've not yet spoken to properly, who do things from a different angle, from different causes, just like we've seen all day. Alavi Dawa, who Zach just previously mentioned, touched briefly on. He was due to speak to us today. However, we've not been able to get in touch with him. We have tried, but I do know he's going through a hell of a lot at the minute. So we have had a couple of issues there, but I'm hoping to have Alavi on again soon. We have done a video with him in the past, so please check it out. He has also got a playlist on our channel as well, where you can see what he's about and what he's done so far, which is really worth having a look into. Sean Buchanan as well was someone who I really wanted to come and speak. He came to a demo on the 14th of March as well. He's been pushing a petition for a while now, and it needs as many signatures as it can get. I have posted it in the description of this video already. I have put it in the comments. I will put it in the comments again. If anyone can help us get the numbers that we need for this petition to go through, it would be amazing. They are fighting to stop parental alienation. They are fighting to get fathers their rights, equal rights. So it is worth having a look into. They are doing amazing work, and as much support as we can give them, well, it's greatly appreciated. So if you can take a look at that position and sign it, get it shared around everywhere, that would be absolutely great.
And could I just mention the little veteran quickly?
Yes.
Just want to say with the little veteran, Nobby is an absolutely fantastic bloke. Obviously we haven't had much chance to talk, but I know there'll be like proper reasons. So we've planned to do many interviews, haven't we, Katie, with me, you and Nobby. So we will catch up, and we will go and have that extra time with Nobby when he's feeling a little bit better and stuff. But he is another one of the people that is BS to the politics. He just cares about his country and about the children and everything in it. And he's another guy who thinks that way. So we will catch up with Nobby at some point soon.
100%. Also, Manchester Mike was due to be speaking today, but they've had a couple of personal issues, which I'm not going to go into. I've not really asked, to be honest. I've been working behind the scenes with Zero to try and keep this going as smooth as
100%.
possible.
Yeah.
So we're going to open the floor up for questions now. I'm going to change the screen if I can get it back up.
Katie, when do I mention the other
Oh,
thing?
yes, before we move on, sorry, Glenn,
Yeah.
I interrupted you. Before we move on, Zero does have something as well to notice. Sorry.
Okay, I hope this is the right timing. So Katie mentioned something to me the other day, and she's right. Myself and Red Pill Phil, who I haven't actually spoke to yet, but I actually do enjoy his work. We're both more news commentary orientated kind of shows, and we obviously are part of Children Matter because we truly do care. But where we fit has always been a bit of a question. So where we fit is to do what we do best on our own shows, but in a Children Matter format. Which also, so we're going to be doing a little bit more news-based stuff. What that means for everybody here is, for anybody who's speaking today, for instance, just to give you for instance, anybody who's speaking today, we can do a live or pre-recorded video where if there's anything about the demo itself or anything you feel like you didn't get to say or any retrospectives or anything like that, or news stories you want to cover, then come to one of us and we will create a news story around it for Children Matter. Same with not just a demo, but same with anything that you're coming across with, whether it's Children Matter or in personal life. You know, come to one of us and we will create a news story around it. We've got the green screens, we've got all the ability to do the recording. So come to us. Sometimes we'll broadcast on 2 channels at once, but the heavy emphasis will be on having a sort of news section to Children Matter, which will also fit nicely in where the website is as well. So please feel free to contact one of us, and we will give you that time that you need. And also as well, extend that as well to some of our viewers and people who have stories to tell. We would love you to get in contact, and we will do as long as we've got facts, then we can put stories together and cover some news. I think that was it, Katie, wasn't it?
That's perfect. So I'm going to open the floor up to questions. I know Glenn's been waiting patiently to ask a question. So while we're waiting for speakers to come in from the comments, I'm going to start off with Glenn. If you want to ask anything, go ahead.
Now, what I'd like to say is, I'd like to say the 2 people I admire, right, for opening my eyes up, right, and speaking about it, who won the case, is Robert and Joe. And I'd like to give them a round of applause, because what they've done, they've took their money, but they haven't left. They're still fighting the cause. And they're the ones who's opened my eyes up and keep watching. Everyone give a clap. And also, I can't leave without singing this. Oh, Jimmy the Hat.
Are you not going to leave us with an old Tommy?
This is not about Tommy today. This is about the people who's cared about what's gone on today. Katie, honestly, I can't ask for no more what you've done, the hard work you've done. I'm not going to boost up Tom, because Tom don't do nothing without your say so. All Tom is, you're just a little lackey in the background, okay? But Katie, most respect to you, Katie, for what you've done, and hoping all the highlighting. And I'm going to see you on the streets. And I'm guaranteeing
me and you are going to have words.
Katie, we're going to be behind you.
Thank you. I've got a question for Michael Tarraga. I was genuinely wondering what actually gave you the motivation and the strength to write about what actually happened to you. I've been asked a couple of times why I've not wrote a book, and the simple answer is I wouldn't know where to start, because I don't know. I know other people's stories better than I do my own, because I care about them more than me in an aspect.
Can you hear me, for starters?
I can.
Right. There's a little story behind it, which is quite comical. I was waiting to make an appearance. I have to laugh. You have to excuse me because it makes me laugh. Waiting to make an appearance at the Old Bailey. I've been a bit naughty. And whilst on remand, I wrote this fucking document. 480 pages of foolscap about my life, right? And obviously I was going to be weighed off. And I said to the judge, before you weigh me off, will you read this, please? So he said, yes. A month later, I went back to court and he looked at me and I thought, I'm going to get a bender here. I'm getting off. He said, I've read this sad document and I take into account what you have said. However, me fucking heart sunk. And this arsehole sent me to 5 years in jail. Right? And I had it in my mind then. I thought, I am going to write a book of my life. But I didn't know how to go about it. And it took a lunatic asylum to get it out, because I met Georgie, who's my absolute rock. And I told her my life and she believed me. And I said, I want to write a book, George. And Georgie's a bird, not a geezer, in case any of you are interested. And I wrote it. And I paid for it and had it printed. It was never published. And it was more of a statement than a book. And out of that came Meat Rack Boy, a book which I'm extremely proud of. And I hope that answers your question.
Can I just jump in a second? Anyone who's not talking, could you just make sure that your mics are muted, please? Because it's just jumping over.
I fixed it, Zero. It was fine.
You fixed it. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry. My apologies.
Sorry.
So again, the curtains have been pulled upon me. Is there going to be a third one?
Possibly. No. You'll be fine.
It's a private joke.
A couple of comments that we've had coming in. Angela Margot asks, has anyone still claimed benefits even though their children are temporary out of their homes? I know for a fact people have done that. I know for a fact I've met people who have done that. I know people who have been set up and been made to look like they've done that when they've not. But I do know a couple of people who the system's targeted them and took 1, 2, maybe even 3 of their kids where they've gone, fuck it, I'll just keep taking money off you for him then. It has happened.
If you can think it, it's happened.
Yeah, there are people out there that have done that and that have, attempted that. They don't get away with it for too long, but you're looking at about 2 years,
and it's
maximum.
It's like anything else, isn't it, Katie? The problem is it's not the individual case; it's how it looks on everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, Tinky will probably agree with me on this as well because she comes from the same side of it. So, I mean, she's probably come across parents as well who've done the same.
Yeah, my ex is still claiming for my son, and he hasn't got him in his car, so it is possible they still can do it. It's going to take them 6 months, they said, to find out whether or not he has the child in his car, like he said he has. Like, it's ridiculous.
100%.
Another one of the comments, Gary Hilson has asked English Shield Wall, why was the baby taken and why are they taking babies? I don't know if that's from Gary or to Gary. Are you still with us, Gary?
While you're waiting to Manchester. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, it's probably to me. I'll stay off camera because I've been working in the garden. I'm very dirty. We've still been listening, by the way. Tracy's still in the garden, got the speaker on in the garden listening. It's probably to me because I never asked that question. It was potential future emotional harm. usual thing. They said that my ex accused me of being a rapist that I got acquitted of because she's mentally unwell. And Tracy was accused of being an alcoholic, although she had 6 years clean hair strand test. And when we went back to revoke, they said that it wasn't Tracy's problem anymore because she'd proven that she wasn't an alcoholic. It was then put onto me because I hadn't done a domestic violence course. I've now got 2 sessions left of the Everyman project, which has stopped because of the coronavirus. And we asked to oppose the adoption of our little girl last week, and it was refused by a justice in the High Court. Basically, they just use any reason they can, any spurious reason they can to take your kids. Me and Tracy have proven that we're good parents. They're just now focusing on our relationship and saying that we're that I'm coercively controlling and Tracy wouldn't protect a child in our care. So they just hop. They keep on moving the goalposts all the time.
Can I just say as well? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right. Okay. Although criminal courts, Barney, stop. Although criminal courts have stopped, they're still doing the family courts via telephone and Zoom links.
Yeah,
So
yeah, they haven't stopped, have they?
Still going on.
They haven't stopped for nothing, have they?
No, they haven't stopped at all. They're still removing children now.
Yeah.
And also, the court cases for our children are still going on. We've had about 3 court hearings over the Zoom link so far.
So glad you brought this up because there's so many people I've been talking to that everything else has stopped, but this hasn't. This hasn't even slowed down.
This has actually made their job a little bit easier because now we've got no way of putting an appeal through. And not just that, but if the Zoom recording doesn't work or malfunctions for whatever reason, there's no record of whatever went on in that court proceeding. No one will be able to be held accountable. And this has just made their job a hell of a lot easier because they're going after care workers' kids now. All they have to do is prove that they're at risk. And I'm sorry, but the coronavirus gives them that risk.
Exactly.
And I've got to,
now let Gary continue.
I've got to say just quickly, Katie always mentions the crystal ball method, and I think it's the most appropriate way of phrasing it because it is literally damning you on the future that you haven't committed yet. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's Minority Report, and can I just say as well?
Yeah.
Can I just say as well that it's getting worse during this pandemic or supposed pandemic because people being locked up and domestic violence, they're going to use that as a reason to take children as well.
100%. Jason from Wake Up UK is put in the comments, can you talk about how people have been through the care system as children and then are spotlighted by social services and judged as potential bad parents?
That's basically where I was going with the crystal ball method there, Jason. But
that's why I wanted to put it in there while you were talking about it.
Right, yeah. I wanted to let Katie go fully into that because she's the one that introduced me to that whole concept. I had no idea until I spoke to you, Katie. It seems only fair.
Another question from Derek Marshall. As these cases have happened over successive governments, for as long as anyone remembers, would any speakers be invited in starting a new government party for the people? I'm wondering if that's something that we've previously spoke about, Tom.
Yeah, I think it is something we've spoke about. I think it's something that it's great in the comments on here or something, but it really needs to be fleshed out, talked about properly. It's not something you can really answer over something like this because there's a lot that goes to it.
100%. Robert, I can see that you're waiting to say something.
Yes, I think basically, I mean, because alienation is so, it cuts across the tribal lines, doesn't it? Yeah?
Yes, of course, yes.
So everybody, and when you come into it, I'm probably brought up as a feminist, really, in the 70s, reading the Guardian, Manchester Guardian in those days, so it's like, and then you come into this world, and then I've got 4 sisters, and they were brought up supposedly equal, and suddenly it switches in this sort of alien and this equal rights outside the home, but hey, we've not even discussed these issues inside. So they all went with the alienators, you know, with my exes, you know, their power family, because they were very polite people, family of a judge, alienating, write lovely letters and all this sort of stuff. And you realize that, you know, if you're kind, if you're from a kinder family, you know, your own family can turn against you because they form a little triad that's basically feminist triad, you know, a sort of this is like tribal stuff again as soon as you need them.
The other thing as well is once these care people seem to be in your life, the things that they expect from you and the things that they pull you up on suggest that there's probably not many parents in the entire country that, should they have them in their life, would escape the wrath of them, because I don't think there's a parent alive that could live up to their standards.
I think there was. Do you see something? Is that a black guy called Rock or something, a comedian or something, American?
Oh, Chris Rock.
Chris Rock. Yes, he did something on it. I saw. Has anyone seen that? And he's saying his divorce and stuff, and he gets the court lawyers, the sharks, and the people around it, the paras people, and basically trying to get his kids back. Yeah, the same alienation shit. And of course, they're coming round looking in his fridge. You haven't got the right food in the fridge. You know, it's like, you haven't got any food for the kids. And he's thinking, I haven't got them yet. So it's like, he's just saying, what the fuck do you want? You know, he's taking the piss out of it because that's what, you know, they're saying, oh, you haven't got this, you know. So it's Gestapo, isn't it, effectively?
Gary's just put his hand up, so I'm guessing Gary wants to say something.
Hello, yeah, I've put my T-shirt back on. What I wanted to say about over multiple successive governments and about starting a party and all that, I know we're not going to talk about that now, but I don't think you can trust any party, to be honest with you, because I believe all this got kicked off with Tony Blair.
Yep.
Tony Blair, he put in a place that children should be taken and have orders on them pre-birth sometimes, he said at one point. I believe it originates from a left-wing agenda that all the justices and judges that was appointed in the Tony Blair era, they are all now sitting in the High Court, in the Royal Courts of Justice, and they're all Labourite judges carrying out Fabian Labourite policies of taking children off of parents. And
Alan, you got someone asking if you've got a channel they can sub to.
I haven't. No, all I've got at the moment is my Facebook, and there is the Evanson Show YouTube channel, but there's nothing on it at the moment until I start broadcasting. But I would go as far to say, and I don't want this to sound, I'm a spiritualist, I think everyone's equal, and I don't want this to sound as a racist statement, but the Labourite governments are afraid of upsetting the Muslim community because that is their vote, that they are their voters. Now, I'm in Tower Hamlets. There's never been a Conservative MP in Tower Hamlets. They've got no chance of getting in because it's a high Muslim population. But can you imagine if Muslim children were taken for adoption and put in a long-term foster care? The imams in the mosques there'd be civil uprising. There would be thousands of Muslim people outside the town hall and courts, and the town halls are literally 90% run by Muslim workers. So what they're doing is, as I said before, it's a genocidal act because they are taking children off of white British people, blonde-haired and blue-eyed children. Muslim children wouldn't get adopted.
I do have to throw it out there. We have started over the last few years. More and more people have been coming across who have had their children taken. Sean Buchanan and Larry Dower. They're just dads. I just see them as dads. But to people who don't know them, they'd be not middle-aged. They'd be young black men, young black fathers. And they've been targeted just the same as myself, as Robert, as Sarah and a couple of other people, and yourselves as well. We have started to see it happening more and more and more, and now over the last 2 years they've started to advertise that more and more as well. So they are picking up pace and equaling, well, in meeting us, so to speak, in level
Could
of
I-
abuse being targeted.
Could I just mention Kenton quickly?
Of course.
Yeah, Kenton made, because earlier on we were asked about the political route, weren't we? And Kenton said it would take generations to make change via a political route. And I absolutely 100% agree. We have had opportunities to take down left and right parties. It's not happened. It's something that takes a lot of money, a lot of time, and like Kenton said, generations, and there is no guarantee of success. So those are the big problems you face going down the political route with all of this stuff. So I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think Kenton's absolutely right. You were talking about generations to get something done, and no guarantee.
I would say that it's a lot easier than you think if you do the right policies, and that's basically.
I don't know.
I'm saying it's too easy to build. No, because we don't have to build the party.
Yeah,
effectively, we just build the idea, the new ideology, which is basically, hey, we're all getting this wrong. Left's getting this wrong. Right's, let's say, the money side is probably, it's that mixture, isn't it? Because I've been through the probation. You could say that the probation are going to be left of centre, aren't they? They're all this sort of liberal stuff, aren't they? Trying to make you a better man.
Yeah, for sure.
You will get that. And you're right. And Gary's right that it has come in as like a Rainbow Alliance thing.
Can I, sorry, I've just...
And that's a problem, yeah.
So I've just looked on my phone. I've got a message from a couple of minutes ago, and I've only just noticed it. Joe wants to ask Michael, talk to Michael Tarraga for a second. So I'm just going to pass over to Joe quickly, just because he's been waiting for a while, and I've only just noticed. So I do apologise.
I feel the thing you should.
Yeah. You're on, mate. You're on.
Yeah. I'm not really. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Good evening.
I love and support Meg. All right, Michael, mate.
We've got quite a bit of lag, Joe.
I love and support you to bits. Huh?
Tell what, Joe, if you just say what you got to say for a couple of minutes, and then
is there lag on it?
And then swap over, it might be easier.
Yeah. Put the question to Michael. Yeah. Yeah. Me and Bobby love and support Michael. When he read the book, Meet Racklad, yeah, we understood it. I understand his humor. I understand his heart. All his feelings. When we come out,
I can't
and
hear
do what we do.
It's breaking up.
I can fill in the blanks for you.
You understand the feelings.
Yeah, let Katie fill in the blanks because it sounds very, very bad.
We get that. We have to surpass that to tell the public.
Okay, stop for a second, fellas. Okay, so the whole message isn't getting through, but I think Katie's got the gist of it. So, Katie, do you want to try that again?
Yeah, Joe's basically just saying, Michael, when he was reading your book, he understood exactly where you were coming from. He was there 100% with you. He understood exactly word for word what you were saying.
Nightmares. We understand it all.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, hear you fine.
Right. It had to be true. Everything had to be substantiated. You know, I could have written a book and said, oh, a certain singer rumped the arse off me, but it wouldn't have been true because that certain singer I didn't like anyway, or his music.
I can hear you.
It had to be true, and it had to shock.
Yeah.
But it also had to show that, all right, it took me 50 years plus of lunacy and utter complete madness, including a lunatic asylum, to get it out of my system. And today, I feel no anger. I feel no bitterness whatsoever. You know, and I can look at it with a level head and go, right, this is the way I'm going to work through this. By telling my story, and it's been heard around the world through the book, it's been, it's been uplifting. And I wouldn't say I'd do it all over again, but I've got respect now, and I like that. I like having a bit of respect and being able to give respect properly. So it worked for me.
Right, guys, I'm going to open up the floor for closing statements and final comments because we're coming up to 6 o'clock now. So thank you, guys. Absolutely amazing. Jill's just put her hand up as well. So we'll let Jill start off the final statements, final comments, whatever.
I just really want to start by saying to Michael.
I know that. Yeah.
Your book, I've read it. For you to publish a book, it's given other people time to come forward to realise they're not alone. Joe and Bobby, you know that I love you two guys so much, and you're my inspiration too. Katie, you're my little sister. I know you don't like that one, but for each and every one of you today to come forward to tell your stories, you're all simply amazing.
What I would like to say as well is, we will be bringing Established down when you talk on stage, Katie, Alan Merritt, and you, Michael Chiraga, the Blair brothers. When we get this up and going into Trafalgar Square, that is when we'll be bringing the Established down, because the likes of Jimmy the Hat, there'll be whistle blowing out. So that is where we can get everybody together. If we can get thousands and thousands now to turn up and listen to these speakers, all right, that's when we can take the establishment down, because they will be listening to it.
100%, 100%. That's something to look forward to.
So, guys, I want to say an absolutely massive thank you. You have no idea how honoured I am to stand with all of you, how proud I am to have pulled this off with you all today. I mean, I've been giddy behind the comments. I've been left speechless. I'm honestly grateful to all of you.
That's all. Is it not me now?
You all right, Bobby?
Can we mute the mics if we're not using them?
1 sec. Oh, right. I didn't know if they wanted to speak or not.
No, I think it's just a case of an unmute mic.
No worries. I wanted to give you a massive thank you, guys. You honestly, the mods, everything who's helped us pull this off today. Like, we would not have been able to do it without you. And we've had a consistent viewers throughout the entire thing as well. And we're nearly at the 5-hour mark. This is absolutely incredible. Like, you guys are amazing. The ones of you who've joined us today on the screen and the ones of you who've been behind the screen helping out. I genuinely can't thank you enough.
Me and Katie have been so excited behind the scenes, haven't we, Katie? We've been texting each other through the whole thing. It's been,
we've had a couple of cancellations throughout the day, so we've had to juggle things around and move things around and incorporate, and we've managed to pull it off, so I'm grateful for that.
And what you should know is that Katie brought this idea up a couple of weeks ago, and then it was just left to float. She has she has put this together in about 8 days. And we managed to get nearly 26 speakers going, and in 8 days, and it's gone reasonably smoothly for live TV. Can you imagine what this is a prototype for what we could do next? And imagine if all the channels were to get involved and they were all to broadcast at the same time. This would be a statement. This is a hell of a prototype. And Katie, thank you for showing us supposedly older and wiser people where the motivation should be and where it's really at. And you really are an inspiration. People use these words too much. You have been a massive inspiration, and it really is an honor. And every single one of us, no matter what we've been through, what we haven't been through, we are fighting to make the truth a reality for everyone, and we will not stop fighting.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, the thing is, yeah, we've got to get these nodes, these little nodes together, haven't we? Like this, talking about these issues. And you know, Manchester's a big place. You know, we start with a few. We've got all these other people, and we get them up and down the country, connect them, all the people. You know, because we think different. You know, we don't think that, say, women would do the things that they might do to men, and good people don't think the other way around, and we stereotype other groups, or we allow that to happen. Now, there are obviously great people in all these groups, and they're all suffering the same. So the more we're talking, what we can do, because I was involved with Claire Matchell on the PA Day, which was going to be on 25th in Piccadilly Gardens in Manchester by you know, random nature. We thought we'd have one in the north, and we came to Piccadilly. We were going to go to Piccadilly Gardens. It was all booked, and then obviously COVID's come along. So I was involved in that, and then we knew that I came up to the one Katie had, and yeah, finding all these groups that we're a lot more similar than we think, and I've got people from all over. We can build these things. We can build the good people, because we know that the catalysts are quite few, really. The people who will stand up, the seed.
The cream is floating to the top. The cream is floating to the top right now.
Yes, and we've got to get through. There's some narcs and what have you, and who are closed mind, too closed mind. And I know that there's one or two things that I think we could grow it with, because we're saying that there's Muslim gangs, there's all these different gangs, and we know that a particular community might have a particular issue at the moment, but that's not a permanent thing, because we know it's not permanent.
Guys, before we continue, we are running up to the 6-minute line, so I would like to shut down soon.
Can I just say something, Katie?
I was just about to say there's Alan and Gary who are waiting patiently as well, so I do want to let them speak before we do end up cutting off.
Yeah, can I just say a big thank you to everybody for letting us come on today. I'm sorry I got a little bit emotional earlier on, but it kind of does that to you when you go back to that place. It's like we were thrown to the walls, and as children we didn't have a voice. We had no one to turn to. The politicians don't even listen to us today. So big thank you to you for what you've done for us. And yeah, the speakers were absolutely brilliant today. Well done, and a massive respect to you all.
Same to you, man. Totally. I mean it.
Yeah, also cheers for
1 second, Ash. Gary's just been waiting for a little bit, so bear with us a sec, Ash. We'll come on to you after Gary. Sorry.
Hello. Yeah, just a closing statement and saying that we need to actually sort out. The thing is, the only way things are going to actually change is getting them discussed by our MPs. If we can't start our own kind of political party up, we need to actually get the MPs that are in place to be discussing this in Parliament.
Pressure groups.
Yeah, and the thing is, in order for it to be discussed in Parliament, you need to get 100,000 signatures. Now, the problem is at the moment where we've got a lockdown, we can't get people out on the streets to actually get physical signatures, and these petitions are being shut down by change.org before they reach the limit for them to be discussed in Parliament. So what we need to do is we need to get good people from every group out on the streets to say that the Children's Act needs to be reformed, and we need to get the 100,000 signatures on paper and actually take them to Downing Street and say this needs to be discussed.
And for all those people saying that we need more numbers, it justifies that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And we need every group, because the thing is, the Children's Act is the catalyst to put these children into homes where they're getting abused.
Gary, can I just make a point on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a petition going out about releasing the grooming figures. And I think it went over, last I knew about it, went over the 130,000 petition, Mark, and I think it might have been more, I don't know. But the politicians are still not listening. This is the point. They're still not listening to this day. I've written to every Labour councillor at Hammersmith Council, every Labour councillor at Wandsworth Council, every Conservative councillor at Wandsworth and Hammersmith, and they were responsible for Beecham, and they will have nothing to do with us whatsoever.
Have you had any
even to
reply
this
at
day.
all? Have you had any reply at all?
Only the fact that they were hiding under the desks rather than sitting.
Jesus. Okay.
But you can have a PO box where Katie could set up, because Katie don't do nothing on orders, Tom. They've got free time. Right. What you do?
Oh, if only you'd have seen the camera on the entire time.
Now, what you want to do? You want to open a PO box, put it in a PO box, and everyone sign it, and then you get a petition. Instead of going on the streets,
Right,
COVID-19, open a PO box up.
100%. Right, moving on to Ash before we close off for the night. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Go on, Ash.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to say how amazing today's been. It's the first of its kind, really, that I've heard about, and it's been special. And again, it's unity. We've all come together, and we've all come together from different parts of the country. And that's what I was saying, and what I've been thinking about that network is having people around the country that, if someone contacts you, that you can lean on them and say, there's something going on in your community, in your town. Can you help them, or can you reach out to someone that can? And I think that's needed. Like, I'm not sure where you're based, Zero. Obviously, there's a lot of the guys.
I'm in
you guys
Southampton.
in Manchester.
I'm in Southampton, mate.
Is this still on a lot? Yeah. Joseph and Bobby, they're more closer to Birmingham. I'm Telford. Yeah, you're down south. There's people in Scotland. I've got friends in Scotland. We're all over. Nigel Singh would have been an amazing man to have on us today. He's from Middlesbrough. Sharon knows a bit about him, and he's raised awareness to the grooming.
But it was an open platform. The poster was sent out for everyone. You've seen the list of speakers. We've had so many speakers on already, and we've
can I say this is very much a prototype. You know, if this lockdown continues, there will be more, and they will be bigger. This is very much a prototype.
However, before we continue, my back is killing because I've been sat here for 5 hours. I can imagine that everyone else is going to be doing the same because they've been sat here since before this even went live. So I cannot thank you enough. Of course.
Katie, can I just say, well done the two of you for this. Absolutely amazing. I don't know where that 5 hours is gone, but it's been riveting. And a big shout out to everybody that I've met or spoke to over the last 3-4 years who have taken it upon themselves to set up groups and pages and get onto the, truth telling and research and everything else. And I think it is spreading and you are getting the word out, and well done you guys for that.
Sharon, you're the boss. You are the boss. You're brilliant.
Yeah, nicely
You're
said,
brilliant.
nicely said.
Massive thank you to you all. So thank you again for joining. Thank you for the moderators as well for helping out on the other side. Thank you everyone for sharing, joining, liking. This has been an amazing day, and
please keep sharing.
100%. And we would never have been able to pull this off without you. This was just an idea until all the speakers came together, all the mods came together, and everyone came to watch. This was just an idea that you all made happen. You guys have played the biggest part in all this. You guys have played the biggest part in all this. All I did was had the idea. Everyone else has made it happen. So massive, massive, massive thank you to every single one of you for taking so much time out of your day to watch us, to join us, to come and speak with us. I cannot thank you guys enough. So I'm going to love you all and leave you. I'm going to make sure Zach's all right after the news he's had today, and update the description and everything to go along with it. So I hope to see you all again soon. I can see we've had loads of new subscribers, which is absolutely amazing. I don't think I've ever had this many likes on a video, so I'm honoured.
Anybody feels unsatisfied, like I say, remember, we will be doing a more newsy kind of section or a retrospective section, so get in touch if you want to do an episode of Saying for Children Matters. So
respect,
that door's open as well. And to 100%. You, my friend, and to you. To everybody. To everybody.
And a big respect to Big John.
100% as well. Take care, guys, and I hope to see you all again soon.
Take care, everyone. This is Children Matter.
Bye,
everybody.
Bye. Well done.